Hello. Hi, hi. I got it to work. Kinda. I kinda got it to work, but I only have one screen to work with currently. But I don't think you guys can look at my... Look at my OBS. It should be fine. Alright, CC. Yeah, there it is. CC is on. Thank you. Hi, Rogue. Hi, Narix. Hi, Pinky. How you doing? The start got a little bit slow there just now. I was interestingly looking at some... Yeah, it should be on. Here, let me check. Hello, why is my caption not going on? Huh? Did I somehow change my default? Oh, it did change the default, I'm sorry. Here, there. Now it should work? No? No, let me refresh this. Everything is verbernukt. Yeah, it could be wrong, Mike. It must have messed up my things. Okay, audio in is good. This one? It should work now, I think. I think lah. Oh, okay, it's showing. Okay, good. Hi, Make Large. You might notice that I'm looking at the other screen currently, so I'm looking the other way. Okay, so here's the thing. It's a yes or no on a plug and play, because yes, I can just plug and play, but there'll be no sound happening for whatever reason. So I have to download some RE Essential. It's AverMedia Essential, and then AverMedia RE Central, and then I can download the Stream Engine and the other thing, what is it called? Driver. So engine, driver, download it, and then it has the... I thought you need to add the sound as a separate source. Really? Shit, I never thought about that. I mean, if that's the case, that'll be easier. Audio output capture? I'm not gonna make the source visible. Do you? Wait, I don't know, Lei. I'm not IT wall. See something fun. We have time on Discord, not now at the time. Oh yeah, sure. Also, I hope you are doing good. Switch noises. Okay. Oh yeah. Also, I was. Hey, Nole? Oh, is it output? Remove. For tutorial vid? Or is it input? Switch noises. There's no Live Gamer Mini or something? This microphone from Live Gamer Mini, but there's no output. The visual and the audio are two separate sources on your OBS. What? But they're not here. Why like this one? So what I have is I have a video capture device on, which I have. I mean, it plays sound on the video capture device, but like I can only make it play sound when I open OBS. Or like I can use RE Central when I'm not streaming, because I can open up RE Central and OBS at the same time. They'll say that the device is occupied and I cannot use them at once. So it's a little bit weird, but I kind of got it to work, I think. Look, I'm not too sure, man. To answer the question, Pinky's doing well, going to party in 11 hours. Nice. Yeah, it kind of works. Until it stops working, then yeah, I have to find another way to do it. Got my driver's permit yesterday since it's past midnight for me. Ooh, got your driver's permit? It's not license, is it? Or is it just permit? No, it should be the same thing. Congrats anyway. Good stuff. Oh, I was looking at the self promo on Isu's channel. I mean, not to shit on anyone, but it's kind of funny. So I don't know if you guys know, but I've been doing like self promo stuff on. I mean, the channel is self promo related, and pretty much when I start streaming, I'll just post like my Twitch channel and the titles on my Twitch. And apparently there's someone, and then there's someone suddenly like, for God's sake, how many times are you streaming a day? And then it's like, I stream 1 time per day. What do you mean? And then someone said, doesn't Droxen stream 1 time every day? Like, not every day, but they almost got it. And then this guy said, do you know how many times I see this goddamn notification? This is a nightmare. And then they go on, it's like, and I get in love on the notifications. And I get in love on the notifications. I don't want to waste my time on these. Like 4 times a day is a little bit too much. Hello? I think I only need to do it like once and 2 at most, but for that it's a little bit too much. And then someone said that, yeah, but it's 4 by different people. How am I getting aimed at? I'm getting shit on for someone who mistake me. They thought that I post the same thing 4 times, 4 times a day. It's like, shit, I'm not that much of a sellout. Hello. It's kind of funny. And then yeah, there's some people say that, yeah, but it's 4 by different people, right? And then he just says like, ah, fuck, I thought I was the same motherfucker over and over again. It's like, yeah, please look at the things. Look at the things posted. Don't just jump into conclusions, all right? For me, you stream 8 times every second day or 12 times per hour. What? What is that? Why am I don't know. I don't know anymore. But it's just kind of funny. I was like, I'm getting shit on. Why am I getting shit on? And then Isu comes and is like, oh, mute the channel? You know, you can mute the channel. Or you can make the notification ping only. It's like, and then Isu's like, no one does multiple streams in a day within 24 hours, maybe. Oh my god! Hi, Ion Agenda. Welcome, Aru. Hope you're doing good. But there's usually a large gap between sessions. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of funny to me. I'm the one that's getting shell on. I'm not even posting that much on self-promo. It's like, okay now, fine now, okay. I did. You know what? I did post on self-promo every time I stream. But it's like, I do stream 5 days a week? I mean, it can... I mean, of course, I'm a little bit offended. just a little bit, right? It doesn't affect me that much, but my pride, my ego. No lah. All good, all good. Mute the channel by muzzling the stream. Eh? Hey yo. Really? Hi, sorry I missed the trailer stream. Ion Agenda, please, it's fine. It's okay, it's okay. If you missed my stream, it's totally fine. Look, real life is already busy enough, alright? I get it. Don't worry about it. It's okay, it's okay. Also, let me show you my Switch thing. Alright. I believe you guys will not be able to see my OBS, I hope. I mean, at least last I checked. Oh god, why is my hotkey not working? Hotkey, please. There we go, thank you. So I'll be looking at this screen right here, so now it's a little bit of a difference, because now I look at this when I look like this when I look at OBS. I look at here when I play the game. It's pretty much a switcheroo at this point. So there it is. Switcheroo! There's sound as well. of course. So one thing that's very interesting here is that, how do I say this? So on OBS, there's actually input and audio latency, but I try to sync the audio with the latency. I try to sync the audio with the video latency, right? So now it should make sense. If the audio doesn't make sense, do tell, because that's how I kind of try to look at the screen and also try to match the screen with the noises, and I hope it's working. I think. Right. So there's video and audio latency now, but on the screen I'm playing at here, this one, there's no video latency, but it doesn't have audio. So that's why it's like, why is everything so weird? So I have OBS play the sound on my end, and then you guys cannot hear it, but you guys can hear it on the audio out, I believe. Here, let me test it. So let me mute the music, and you guys hear the noises, right? You should be able to. I'll be a little bit soft, but it's there. So I kind of have two different audio. Well, it's not okay. Not two different audio, but I have one audio out. This is where you guys hear everything. I have one video capture device which plays the sound for me. Right, which plays the sound for me. So it's kind of funny, but it kind of works. So I'll take it. Although one good thing about doing Switch streams is that I can definitely bump up my VC phase performance. So I'm having here, I think it's running at 20 FPS, so I can like shake around and it kind of follows. Okay, 20 FPS, and oh yeah, it's in medium quality, but very small. Yeah, very small. And if I check the task manager, should be fine. Yeah, see, it's beautiful. I can even bump up to even more crazier than this. It's only running at 64 CPU, 64% CPU. Click, click. Okay, nice. I assume you guys hear that. You know what? Let me bump up to the maximum and see how it goes. Let me reopen VC face. That's mine. Cause all your CPU is doing is funneling output. It's not actually doing anything your Switch is. Oh, so my Switch is like doing the streaming currently, something like that. That's kinda cool. 24 FPS. Let's not make it too much. No? Oh yeah, I'm still streaming. That's correct. We now have 2 CPU and 2 GPU minimum. What? W/E is without? Or with? Other resources aside from streaming itself via your Switch. Oh, whatever. Oh, okay. I think I should adjust this a little bit. I should look this way a little bit more. But then when I look at the game, it doesn't make sense. Your Switch has CPU and GPU to me, guess? I guess? I have no idea. Your CPU is just being a monitor. Oh! Additional confusion when talking about that? Yeah, it's especially confusing to me. Because I'm not good at this kind of stuff. So the Switch has its own processor. Ooh, okay. You know what? Before I play Pokemon Scarlet, I should show you something. Let's go album. Look at how many pictures I have. Let me scroll down to what I believe. So last time I showed was until I evolve Toxicity, which is this one. Right, this one is like the. What do you mean? Oh no! Hey, don't worry about it. It's just like a couple hundred of pictures. It's fine. It's just a couple hundred. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, this is the last picture that I showed you guys on. At least the last time I showed. And then I played a lot of Pokemon Scarlet. And also some Dead 99. The video clips hidden. I don't know how to take videos in Switch, so I have no idea. And then of course the Shroodle. I'll hold the button to take videos? I mean, taking video now would be a little bit weird. You take the last 30 seconds. Video switch is press the button. Oh. So if I hold the button, it would take the last 30 seconds as a video? That's kinda cool. It's like Shadow Play basically. Oh, no wonder. I never used Shadow Play before. Here now, Shroodle evolve into whatever this is, into Monkey, and I immediately abandoned this guy. I mean, it looks cool, but it's not what I want. Right? Shroodle evolve into Graphite. Graphite. They gave up. They gave up the naming sense. Hello, Graphite. So yeah, Graphite, cool, and I just immediately. Oh, this is that my first ever 9th place. Dead 99. And then this that I'm going to go into the first Team Star base, I think. Yeah, this is the first Team Star base, and I went in and then beat 30 Pokemons, I think, with 3 of my Pokemons, and then I need to like beat this boss. She looks cool. Right, she looks cool. And I beat her. Look at that. She's strong, man. She's strong. And then I'm in pain just for the handshake. Oh, and then I took a lot of like Pokemon pictures like this, so don't worry about it. Also, I should hide this. Look at this guy. You know, I love this guy. You know why? Because this lion's cry. It's like the funniest shit ever. I don't know how to make the noise though, it's so good. I should try to find this in-game. You took picture of everything except the battle? Yeah. I mean, battle is just turn-based. I hit him, I hit her, she hits me, something like that. I realized I hardly took pictures of battle. Like, none. Well, there's one. I call a snake. I call a snake. Look at that. Silly Cobra. But then the evolution of this snake doesn't get as adorable, so I kinda abandoned this snake, which is kinda sad since I only get to choose 6 Pokemons, so it's kinda hard. But the snake cute though. So this is like the team that I used to have. Jita is still here. The number 1 Jita is still here. I think the apple I abandoned. Altaria, Toxic. I basically changed the whole team. I changed 3, 4, 5, 6. My current team doesn't have them anymore. And you have big and small. There's so many pictures I took. So good. I took a lot of pictures of Psyduck because Psyduck is so adorable. Psyduck cute. Look at Psyduck. No thoughts, head empty. No thoughts, head empty. Gosh, I love it. Look at that. I wish to be a Psyduck. I wish to be a Psyduck. 30 Psyduck pictures? Probably. Look at Psyduck. Oh my. Oh yeah, there's the cloud bird as well. The blue bean sleeping. The blue bean. the cloud burbo. Burbo. And you have the apple sleeping. A sleeping apple. Oh, I forgot there's this function. I entirely forgot about this. It's like, oh, you can take a selfie in this game. Amazing. Amazing. Like that. And then more snake. It's so adorable when they sleep though. I'm so glad that there's like so many interactions that I can have between me and the Pokemon and even the wild Pokemons as well. Like I can go for a picnic and then play with my Pokemon as well. Albeit I just talk to them, watch them, throw balls at them, something like that. It's not much, but it's something. I get to interact with my Pokemon. That's really good. I think that's pretty good enough. Right, Schneekush sleeping. And then we have the apple. You know, I just realized that the eyes are the leaf. The leaf is eyes. Cool. Oh, my second try on sandwich. I think this one is not bad. At least everything is not falling down. At least things make sense here. All right, we got the sandwich working. And that beautiful masterpiece. Masterpiece. A tasty Truxton original. Look at that. Beautiful. But then still no dragon in anything. There's only fighting psychic and electric. Kinda sad. It's fine. Oh, this is the most adorable sleeping pose I've ever seen. This is Cyclizar, but I named him Chicha, so all good. That's the most adorable sleeping pose ever. Look at that. Is there a stance to this? I mean, this is just a loaf, right? Like, the Chicha is literally loafing. I love him. Oh god, it's so adorable. Oh yeah, this is my first ever team one. Well, I didn't win, but... I mean, I did win, but I'm not the one that's carrying the team. There's gonna be some Tetris 99 pictures around here. I got second place. I got another second place that night. It's like, god, I cannot get first place. I cannot win against a one-on-one. It's too hard. And then Jim defeated. I forgot to take a lot of pictures there, but yeah, I defeated Jim. And then played that again. 7th place. 69 place, of course, funny number. I have to take the picture of this. And then another win. Some Tetris people are mad fast. Yeah, I cannot. I cannot. I don't even know how to T-spin. So this is where I won a bunch of times in team. And not a single time is that I carried the team. I die so quickly. Look at that. I keep winning there. It's like 6 times, I think. Yeah, I think 6 times win in a row this time. This one. Saw someone beat an unfinished cheat AI at Tetris once even. What the fuck? How? Holy shit. And then of course Larvitar. So I caught Larvitar. Larvitar is so adorable. Look at that. Hands out T-pose. T-pose forever. That's how you know. That's how you know Larvitar means business. T-pose forever. Oh, and then I didn't know I have to give something to the apple to evolve. And I evolve into a flying apple. It's a dragon type too. It's so funny. It's an apple that's a flying type. that's a dragon type. Hatched apple, yeah. Kinda adorable. I kinda like it. It's a dragon type. Oh yeah, Chomchom is evolving as well. So this one, I did not expect Fuecoco to be a singer. That looks good. This is a good evolution. Not gonna lie, this looks really good. I like it. I personally like it a lot. Skeledirge, a singer Pokemon, by the way. Singer Pokemon. I love him. It's so cool. It's such a cool setting as well. The bird was born when the fireball on Skeletor's head gained a soul. I didn't know that, but yeah, some of the Pokédex entry is quite interesting, I would say. I mean, I personally like it. By being faster than computer software, that's insane, dude. I don't think I can be faster than average Tetris 99 player, but of course I'll play a little bit. Although today's stream will be slightly shorter as well, I will stop it around. I still have like a family dinner tonight since my sister is gonna fly to Czech tomorrow. Yeah, so tonight is gonna be a big family dinner. So yeah. Oh, this thing is adorable. These things are like a formation Pokemon. Oh, this is the most adorable worm I've ever seen. This is the Titan Pokemon. I remember now. the eyes, oh my god, I'm afraid of worms, but this one might be one of my favorite Pokemon. It's so funny. The face is like, yeah, I'm here. Okay. Oh, they are steel type as well. Steel type is hard to deal with. You can only burn them. You cannot poison them. Yeah, see? It's a lurking steel titan. It's a titan, but it's a worm. I love it so much. Oh, I should you know what? Let me move myself a little bit. This is a good one because see, I'm blocking everything now. I'll put myself a little bit to the left here. Just a little bit. Yeah, hopefully I'm not blocking too much. Maybe a little bit more. There. Now only my tail is blocking, so it's fine. Oh, Arven's a cool character. I'm blocking the dialogue box now. But you know what? It's fine. Pokemon dialogue is not good. not good, alright. Arven's cool. And then, oh yeah, I never said anything about Terra Starlight. Still don't know what that is, but yeah, it's something like this. Basically, you Terra Starlight your Pokemon, and then they'll change to another type. But some Pokemon retains their original type, like this one, Skeledirge becomes Fire type after getting Terastalized, which is like the same still. But like there are some Pokemon that is like normal and then into flying, ground into flying. It's like, what the hell? It's kind of funny, but yeah, Terastalized is pretty cool. I personally kind of like it. They just become crystals. Look at that. Strong. Just burn them. And there it is. Me has no idea what the different transformations are for anymore. Honestly, I don't know much as well. I just feel like Terastalize cool. It powers up the move that is the same as your Terra type, and I think that's all I know about it. See, Arven is cool, and then Koraidon, of course. I need to take 10,000 pictures of Koraidon. Look at Koraidon eyeing the sandwich. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Koraidon just like eyeing the sandwich, like, give it to me. It's mine. Can I have it? May I have it? Hmm? Give me the sandwich? I can't. Koraidon is too adorable. Oh, I should change the music a little bit. It's gonna be a while, right? There's a lot of pictures here. Here, let's listen to this one. He eat you like sandwich? I don't mind. Oh wait, that's Roland's. Oh no, wait. Hi, Roland's. Giant. God, Koraidon is so adorable. Okay. Oh shit. Wait, I did. I'll cry. I'll cry. Look at Koraidon. Oh my god. Also Gible. Gible number 1. Gible very adorable. And Gible is just shrimp ball. Orthworm? Number 1 worm. The face is everything I ever hoped for. Oh shit, we got a ghost. Yeah. There's a lot of Ghastly around this game, I just realized. Ghastly is even more than the basic Pokemons. Like, if you go to any, like, shaded or dark areas, you'll see Ghastly right, like, just roaming around. Kinda cool. And I evolved Larvitar into Pupitar? Oh, this is why I caught a female Salandit. And then of course I have to use a Luxury Ball. You know, because Salazzle, definitely. Salazzle deserves way better than, you know, Luxury Ball. But I wish there's some ball that's better than Luxury Ball. Master Ball? I cannot get Master Ball, I don't know how to get it. But yeah, Luxury Ball it is. And then there it is, Limzerd is evolving. So this is why I dumped all my EXP candy for Salandit, just because I want to see Salazzle. And oh my god, there it is. Oh, hi Breen. Yeah, look at that. Salazzle. Thanks Breen. Also hi. I think it's 30. Oh shit.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
It is indeed Salazzle. Oh shit. Thanks, Breen. Gosh, I can I play the notification again? Can I? No, I cannot. God. Woo! It's Salazzle! My Limzerd evolved into Salazzle! Limzerd! I love her. Salazzle number 1. Of course I have to take 10,000 pictures of the Salazzle. Oh yeah, the Pokédex. Salazzle makes its opponent lightheaded with poisonous gas, then captivates them with alluring movements to turn them into loyal servants? I mean, wow. I like that, huh? Huh? Oh, Makuhita is kinda cute in this game. Ayo, Rollins, I don't know, I didn't say anything. Elepen, we have Elepen, look at that. This game doesn't have an ID lottery for Masters of Balls anymore, it seems. I mean, honestly, I don't even know how to get Master Ball in most games. I only know the first generation is that I have to talk to someone and then they'll give me like one single Master Ball. It's like, that's it. But for the rest of the games, I have no idea how to get them. Oh, the snake is so adorable. I never said this. The snake, when they notice you, they're just like, oh god, and then it just like digs away. It's so adorable. This is what I mean by like Pokemon have different personalities to them. Okay, of course we have the baby Limzerd. It's so cool though, look at that. The back of the tail lights up on fire. I mean they are fire poison type. This one I just took because it's Salazzle. Salazzle doing the power stance thing. And of course you have Cloud Dirk. Cloud Dirk, the Cloud Bean is evolving. The bean! Evolving into a bigger bean. Look at this. Altaria is beautiful in this game. Shit. If it bonds with a person, it would gently envelop the friend with its soft wings, then hum. Oh, this is why I love the Pokédex, the word building. Envelop the friend with soft wings. Envelop me, please. Left, right, R1, L2, A, B, X, X, Y, L1, L. What is that? Yeah, cotton candy become bigger. And I love it. Oh! Oh yeah, the Wooper is different in this game. The Wooper is like... The Wooper is not poison fish. It's not fish anymore, it's just poison fish. I think I'm gonna... Mud Wooper, it's so adorable. Oh, sorry, this is accidental picture. Goat. Goat. We love goat. We love goat. We love goat. We love goat. Oh, I found this thing. I actually found a bunch of them last I played. But I don't know what they do. I just like, oh, there's an ominous black stake driven into the ground. Okay, what about it? Pull it out? Sure, I'll pull it out. I forgot why I took this picture, but it's cool. It's Salazar, probably. We got the dog. I got the dog anyway. An ancient picture scroll shows that people were captivated by its movement as it ran through prairies. Don't know what that means, but cool. Oh, the baby, the toxicity baby, or toxicity. Sorry. Oh, we found a dog. We found a dog. I found a dog. See, I found another one. Pet the four. I have most things set up for the Path of Exile lead start at 4 AM? What the fuck? Oh god. Just need to wait for the loot filler due to update lunchtime. Go eat, Narix, go eat. Very important. It's Good Friday too, right? Yeah, today is like some sort of holiday. Yeah, 4 AM though, shit. I'm going. Hey yo, don't eat me! You're not supposed to eat kobold. The league start is usually 4 AM. God. I cannot believe it. The dragon's bullying a kobold. Oh god. Also, black stake, that doesn't look black. That doesn't look black to me. It's golden. Wasn't it Fire Doggy once listed together with a 3 fire burbs? Maybe the ancient scroll is a reference to that? Probably. Actually, most likely. Yeah. And then I think, yeah, I called Gabite. That's why I have to choose one. It's such a tough choice, but I have to like change out Cloud Dirk for this one, because Cloud Dirk is 3rd generation, and I played Pokemon Emerald. I played Pokemon Emerald a lot, so that's why it's like, yeah, maybe I've seen Altaria quite a bit, but I never ever have a Garchomp in my team before, so of course Gabite wins. In rare cases, it molts and sheds its scales. Medicine containing its scales as an ingredient will make a weary body feel invigorated. Wow. Gabite, wow. Gabite is adorable. Like Garchomp in general is just adorable. You know what's even more cuter than Gabite? Gabby. Gabby is even more adorable. See, I found another one. There's so much of these, but I don't know what they do. Oh, I found the Sneak. I didn't use this one though. Your team is just a bunch of Dojin material. Nah, I don't know about that. It's just all dragons. Oh, this is the time that I won as a team. Like I carried the team. I KO 12 people here. Look at that. So this is the only time I'm like first place. And I was so happy. I received 2 likes as well. I was like, oh shit. Look at that. I know there's like 5 first places, but I'm the first place. So it's like, shit. First time ever, dude. And never again. Never again. And I won another time. I decided to receive 2 likes, but I only KO 5 times. Meow Meow did good. Meow Meow did good, I think. Oh, didn't mean to press that. Oh, I got 5th place. And this is like the event going on. They have the fire emblem, I think, this one? I don't know why their hair is like red and blue, but cool, right? Good design. And I think in the middle is Marth. Because of Dragadelos, I know Marth. But the rest, I don't know. Oh yeah. Look at Gabite Schlieben! Gabite Schlieben is the most adorable thing ever. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I will cry. I will cry right now. Oh god. How can you not love Pokemon? Like, I guess the little things that have in this game. Like, Pokemon doing their own thing is the most adorable thing ever. That's why I love. It's Pokemon is not just like I catch them for the sake of fights only, but now I can hang out with them as well. You know, I can go picnics. I can watch them, pet them. Can I pet them? I wish I can. Probably not. Of course, again, Cyclizar. Cyclizar is so adorable though. Skitterdirge, they're all sleeping. I don't know why it's in the morning. Oh, this is Blindirg. I think I also abandoned this one because no reason. Well, some reason. This one is still dragon. But I just love the other dragons more, I think. I think that. Limbs are sleeping. Salazzle sleeping. And they have toxicity. It's the hardest name to pronounce ever. Toxicity. Well, opposite then. We get them for just battle. Oh, each for their own preferences. I catch them for reference and don't ask what reference. What reference? You catch them for reference? Can you make them pose or something? Ah, the third sandwich. I mean, it kind of works. Don't mind the cheese that's on the plate. Don't worry about it. It's still no dragon type. It's still flying and fairy. So sad. There is all my Pokemons. Gosh, I love all of them. Especially Koraidon. Oh, this is another Titan. So this is the third Titan? Yeah, the third Titan. Of course I destroyed them. The open sky Titan. I didn't get rock type, so sad, but still destroyed them nonetheless. I mean, I just kind of shocked them to death because it's flying type. Just had to kill them. Oh, I think this is the bitter. Yeah, this is the bitter Herber Mystica thing. So that's why they're so sad. or more like scared. But yeah, third one down. And then of course Koraidon comes out. It's like, is that mine? That's mine, right? Yansu. God, oh my god, Koraidon, how are you so adorable? Chom Chom Snarf Chom. Snarf. God. There it is. So Koraidon, each time this happens, Koraidon gets upgraded. So last time I believe was Dashing. Jump higher? I think it was jump higher. Dashing, jump higher, now swim. Yeah. He can swim now. This Gyarados. I was terrified. There it is, Gible! Oh my god, Gible! It's Gible! Oh my god, there's a Gible! I love Gible. Look at Gible! It's just a ball. It's a shrimp ball. Look at that. Oh my god. And Gible is just a ball of feisty. A ball of feisty. Oh, I found another one. Yeah, this thing, I don't know what they do, but I'm just gonna pull them up every time I see them. Of course, I have to bring Salazzle here. Oh, this is another Team Star base? Yeah, this is another Team Star base. Dark, I think, this one? Yeah, Dark. This guy's cool. I kinda like this guy. Look at that. Look at that hair. I want that hair. Can I have that hair? That's a cool hair. Giacomo. He's pretty cool. But of course, I destroy him with my Jicha. Jicha says rapid spin to win, and I did it. Spin to win, literally. He challenged you to a yummy card fight. Oh god. Olenotan. Oh god, no, please. I don't know how to play cards. Bring Caesar and you can have that hair, but not the shape. I want the shape though. I want that particular hairstyle. It's so good. Oh, this is Professor Gibble. So at this point, I didn't know I can attend to classes in the academy. So I was attending classes, and then the art class just pulls up a Professor Gibble. They pull out a Professor Gib. Oh my god, assistant lecturer. Ooh, that's the best assistant lecturer for. Ooh, look at that. Oh my god, Professor Gibble. They'll need scalpel, and a barber. I mean, a barber, yes. Professor Gibble. Gibble. And then I found Worm. I found Worm again. It's like, oh hey. Oh, I didn't know they have the crocodile in this game. But yeah, there's this crocodile, a lot of them as well. But they just hide. They hide inside the sand like this. Is so adorable. They're just looking at me like this menacingly. Wait for me to get close and then they'll charge in. It's so cool. Looks like Morty. Don't know what Morty is. Oh, this is under the Titan. The Earth Titan. Pinky needs to continue packing. Alright. Good luck packing. So we won against the Titan. Yeah! This is the fourth Titan, I think. Yeah, the fourth one. This one allows me to glide, question mark? And then in comes Koraidon. Yes, I'll share. It's yours. It's yours. Whatever it is you want, it's yours, Koraidon. Oh, this one Koraidon got scolded by Arven. Like, no. How dare you, Arven? I'll kill you. I'll punch you, I'll fight you. Ah yeah, there it is. So this one unlocks Glide. So cool though. And then immediately I went for Glide. Dude, gliding Koraidon looks so good. I didn't know the feathers on its head can extend into wings. Good design. Good job, Game Freak. Koraidon number 1. We got sheep. Oh, this is the first time I found a Ditto. It's like when I touch a Pokemon and then it suddenly becomes Ditto, it's like, oh my god, it's a Ditto. I caught it, of course. I caught Ditto. More sheep. Fluffy is very adorable. Okay, this is another gym test. So after all the Titans, I was like, oh, because my Pokemon doesn't listen to me anymore, especially Gabite, because they're level 45 and I only have 2 gym badges. And then Gabite's just like, no, I don't want to listen to you. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear you. I think I took a picture of that. A lot of burps. This is Gimingu. Yeah, Gimingu. Don't know what these things are. I'm just gonna take the coins. Oh, Wingo. Wingo in this game is so adorable. Look at that. I don't know why they have their wings folded like that, but gosh. It's just a ball. Burp. Burp. Burble. Actually, it's a duck. Is it a duck? I mean, assuming it has webbed feet. Look at that. This could be a duck. And then you have the Buizel. A lot of people get thirsty when they look at Buizel, but not me. They are not dragons. But they look kind of cute. This is Floatzel? Yeah, Floatzel. Floatzel looks cool. Look at that. thick. He thick. Oh, one of my favorite Pokemon, Slowpoke. Look at Slowpoke and also Psyduck. Like Slowpoke and Psyduck, they're friends. They're friends, definitely. Look at that! Oh my god, this Slowpoke. I love Slowpoke. Oh, I found Noibat. Yeah, that's why. That's why I abandoned most of my team. But you know, of course, I need to have Noibat because of Noivern, and I love Noivern. Noivern #1. There it is, and then still gonna continue doing things. Ah, see? Sharkduck turned away. He doesn't want to listen to me because I don't have gym badges. And then the game I just like, huh? Do I hear you? I don't. You tell me to do what? Dragon turn away? Okay, I'll turn away then. I love this. And there it is. A team of crocodile trying to take me down. Look at them. So adorable. I love them all. Look at... Oh my god. They're just looking at me. Eyeing. Yep, there it is. The gym badge journey goes on. Kofu is cool. Like, most character design or like the character personality in this game is pretty good. Oh, I never mentioned this, but I do absolutely adore this game's rival. Nemora, I think the name? Nemona? I think it's either Nemora or Nemona. Nemona is like the best rival design ever. In terms of both personality and appearance. Well, to me anyway. Because like Nemona is already the champion. But then they saw us, it's like, hey, you look strong, you look very promising. Here, let me go through the gym journey with you again once more with my new team, with my new team building. And then let's go on the journey together again. You know, that's what Nemona to me is doing. It's like that's so cool. Yeah, I personally like that a lot. And of course, Kofu got destroyed by Jijak. Jijak says rapid spin to win, and I did it. Oh, this picture is cute. Oh, this picture is great. Look at that. Yeah, Kofu is cool. I like this gym leader. Ah, there it is, Nemona. Oh yeah, also Nemona says something about... Because every time I go to a gym, Nemona wants to fight me but cannot. But for this particular picture that I took, because the next sentence is something like, I cannot battle you right now, the team that I built is specifically for this gym only, so I cannot fight you to my fullest power. It's like, whoa, Nemona is going through a new journey just because she wants to be with us. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, Nemona is pretty good. Noibat! Gonna take 10,000 pictures of Noibat. Look at that. Noibat cute. Oh, I found Sawsbuck. Yeah, Sawsbuck's really looking good. The season Pokemon, it's kind of funny how Sawsbuck doesn't behave like they do in Gen 5. Because in Gen 5, it actually follows your device's date and determine from what date it is, they'll go with which form. So Sawsbuck has spring, summer, autumn, and winter form. They'll change according to the date. But this one, I think, just like they use whatever form they want, and then they're just like, oh, this is autumn form, this is winter form, something like that. It's like, okay, sure, fine, all right. Victor. Oh, we got the Among Us. I mean, the name of this Pokemon is Fungus. The evolution of this Pokemon's name is Among Us. What a world we live in. Among Us. So this is the next gym. I believe this is after normal type gym. Yeah, this is after normal type gym. And then we finally get to fight. Hey, Raider Sonic. Hope you're doing good. I'm just here, looking at pictures. Look at the pictures I took for Pokemon Scarlet. Of course, afterwards I'll continue playing Pokemon Scarlet, but I just want to like slowly catch up a little bit because I finally I finally got my capture card. So yeah, hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Gym test I passed, and then I fought the most relatable gym leader ever. I'm Larry. I am assigned to work as a gym leader of the Medali gym. And Larry is like most of us. So tired of life. Midlife crisis. They're stupid and getting cornered by my boss. Yep, look at that. I love Larry. I love Larry. There it is. I defeated Larry. Oh, also to note that this game's gym fights are more lighthearted. It's not as intense as the previous generations, like at all. I don't know when they started going to this this path of Pokemon being a light-hearted game, and I think I can appreciate that a lot. This is really good. The gym leader battle theme is really fucking good. So yeah, I'm loving this one. Oh, I evolved Sharkdirk here. Gabe, I became Garchomp. We got a Sharkdirk now. I love Garchomp. Oh, I found a dog. I found a dog that's made by Doe? Yeah, Doe. I mean, the dog is literally named Fido. I caught Snom. Oh, I'm blocking his Snom. Look at that. Snom is so adorable. Look at that. It's just a Snom. I love Snom. And of course, went to more picnic. I go to picnic a lot in this game. It's really good, right? I love doing picnics. I love giving my Pokemon a bath. Look at Noibat. Oh my god. I love Noibat. Noibat number 1. Oh. I was very surprised to see Garchomp sleeping like this. It was like, oh my god, the personality is shining through. Look at Garchomp. Oh my god. And like how we are 1 hour into stream. You're eating lunch, aren't you? Are you still eating lunch? Garchomp. Look at that. Oh my god. More sleeping Limzard. Sleeping Noibat. Very adorable. Look at that. Small. And then this is all meat. This is all meat sandwich. Don't worry about it. It's all meat. It kind of works. Today whole stream is good. It's just gallery showcase. No. I'm almost to the end of my gallery. Almost. Almost. I think. No more electric bug. Still no dragon. So sad. I love this game. I love this game. Oh, more the Dead 99. Look at that. The second place again. The same picture? No, these are not the same picture. Second place. I can never get first place in Dead 99, but I'm gonna try it today. Today I'll play 2 games. See if I can. See if I can squeeze it in. Or if not, I'll just play Pokemon then. Look at Skiploom. Adorable. They literally have the colon tree face. The colon tree face ... tree. Adorable. Oh, so this is where I started hiking up a mountain. A mountain that is like snow mountain. And the Pokemon over there is like super strong. Look at that. Dog! I found dog. Dog. Actually, we found Potet. Yeah, we found Potet. This is actually just Potet. Yeah, it's just Potet. I don't see any difference. Oh, I don't know what this thing is, but it looks kind of cute. Oh, I found Exu. Oh, Exu. My number 1 5th gen dragon type. Like pure dragon type. Yeah, I did say that I love Hexorus a lot in Pokemon universe. Yeah, Hexorus is like really good. Look at Bebe. Bebe Exu. Oh. This is not Potet's form. No, yeah, this is not Potet. Potet is the day form. Is that Dawn form in this game? I don't know. They're not dragons, so I didn't use them in my team. But they look good. Knifedirk is evolving. Knifedirk. Look at Knifedirk. Very proud. And then Bad Dirk is evolving as well. Oh. Finally I got Noivern. You know, I just realized, yeah, even Noivern, yeah, my snake is just Noivern, isn't it? The more I look at Noivern, the more I think of my snake. The more I think of my Stixia. It's literally just Stixia's, like, my snake is just Noivern color. Let's stop. Alright, it's fine. Noivern! Yeah, that's Midnight form, right? But I just wonder if there's like a Dawn form. Like in the anime. Sunwave Pokemon? Oh. I forgot what this name is. It's very adorable. Cute bird. Sneasel, definitely. Adbury Tree Ants, alright. It's okay, I'm just looking at Snom and pictures. Edge. Edge. Snom. Snom is so cute. I think I took a lot of pictures of Snom, I think. Snom's cute. Look at that. I don't even know what this thing is. Like, what kind of creature is this? How do you... What is the species? This is Snom species. Oh, we got the ghost. Accidental picture. Oh, oops, this is me and my sister playing Mario Party. Waluigi! Of course it's Waluigi! Third place, that, and then back to Pokemon. Slowpoke! I love Slowpoke. I love Lizard. I'm just taking a bunch of... Oh, yeah, I forgot about Dunsparce. Look at that. Oh, funny thing about Dunsparce is that... So Dunsparce first appeared in the 2nd gen. And then, like... The pictures of Dunsparce is always so small. So I assume Dunsparce is very small. But they are not. They are, like, mega big. They're way bigger than I thought. They're super big. It's like, okay, that's how Dunsparce looks like. I love it. Dunsparce adorbs. More Slowpoke. Oh, Gumi. I don't know what to eat. Uh-oh. You can eat me. What? No. Gumi's cute. What? I don't know. What? I think I didn't catch these guys because I keep killing them accidentally. I need to catch them. Knifedirk into Hexorus. Yeah! Hexorus number 1. God, Hexorus looks so hot. Shit. Oh, also, this Pokemon's Pokédex? This Pokemon nests its caves in abandoned mines. It is docile, but it will become incredibly angry if its tusks are touched, so beware. No touchy, right? Hexorus says no touchy. If you touch me, I'll kill you. I love you until you touch me. I love Hexorus. Oh, there it is. That's a whole gallery. Oh my god. It's finished. No, I gone through all the pictures. Yeah. It only took an hour. It only took an hour. There it is. That's the whole picture. Alright. You're not feeling enough? Okay, you know what? Look, I'm small. I get it. I get it. Alright, let's open up Pokemon Scarlet and let me close this real quick. Yeah, you guys cannot look at my computer screen. That's kind of neat. Let's go, Pokemon! Pokemon! It feels so surreal playing Switch on my PC. Shit. It feels so surreal. It feels weird. Pokemon! It's Pokemon! Oh my god. I can't believe I'm playing Pokemon. I'm gonna cry. Is my Switch like hot? Yeah, my Switch is kinda hot. So now I'm in Casaroya. Is it laggy? It kinda is, right? Nah, I mean the game works at 30 FPS, right? Are you seeing the OBS preview or the Capture Card app? Wait, I have two screens right now. I have the AVerMedia output on one monitor, so I only have one monitor that's like I'm playing Switch through a monitor. But yeah, I can see via OBS as well. But I have another screen that has like zero latency. If I Kacau won't sabo your visual, yeah, no. It won't sabo my visual. And I hope everything still works fine. I mean, it should be, right? Here, let me do it. Yeah, see, it's all good. I have another monitor. So if I ouch and I spin in the middle. I didn't spin in the middle, but yeah, I can still look at the screen. Hexorus. Look at Hexorus taking care of their baby. Ooh. Go duck. Yeah, see, I did not catch them. They are like they keep dying on one hit. I need to find more of them. I cannot put Hexorus as my #1 Pokemon. Jita maybe? But then Jita is afraid of fire. Jita is afraid of dragon type. And then Jita is like normal dragon type? Dragon normal type. Okay, no wonder. Salazzle! Oh yeah. Oh my god. Salazzle! So cute. I don't know why I gave Garchomp soft stand. I just don't think I have enough. I don't know what to give them. Cool Pokemons. Is Skeletor slow? I never really checked that one. Speed 97. Yeah, you're definitely slow as fuck. Okay, give you give you a quick call is a good idea then. Alright. Amulet coin for Noivern. Shiny. Everyone needs shiny. Maybe I should give Amulet coin for everyone. Muscle band for Hexorus because Hexorus is pure attack. Look at that. Attack stat 151, SP attack. So I think Dragon Pulse is a little bit of a waste, but it's okay, right? It's fine. It's fine. And I love Mold Breaker, but I don't think Mold Breaker is very useful for Hexorus. But I'll take it. Since I don't have any ground move, it's okay. I have Guillotine though, a move that I never used. Alright, let's go try and catch a Goomy today. I think Jijak should be able to try. Yeah, there's Rapid Spin. Rapid Spin should be fine. Here. Hey, Goomy. I saw one of you just now. Where'd you go? Where's Goomy? Where's Goomy? Where's Goomy? Shiny. I don't see Goomy. Wait, what are you? What is that? Oh, you look different? Tatsugiri? I caught you, but I never saw you before. Wait, what? You're a dragon type? Oh, you're a dragon type? Sure, I kind of want to catch you though. I kind of want to catch you though. Like, kinda. I hope this one doesn't kill, but I'm asking too much here. Yeah, what did I expect? Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, hi. Where the fuck is Gumi? There's already like multiple sites there. Where's my promised wonderland of Gumi? I thought Gumi's like quite common in this area. Should go find them. Wish I would be able to get this up on my own. It's kinda... You know what? I get that. Oh, we found Gumi. And Sliggoo. Hi. Hi, how y'all doing? And then the slowpoke behind. I love them. Alright, time for some rapid spin. Catch the baby first. Spin! Please don't die. Oh, thank you. G-Chunk's fine. Shetskin? No, you don't activate that? That's fine. Hey, first try. No, at some point I kind of want to change out the Skeledirge. I mean, I love Skeledirge, but like Skeledirge is not dragon type necessarily. It's a crocodile or alligator. I don't know what's the difference between them, but man. Also, it's okay to read the Sonic. I just appreciate you being here. Most of a Gumi's body is water. A main brain covers the whole Pokemon to prevent it from shivering up in dry weather. Ooh. How about we catch a Sliggoo? Soft tissue Pokemon. Alright, where's the Sliggoo? There it is. I think I'm gonna try to catch a Sliggoo. And I'm gonna make the most sacrilegious decision ever. By changing out Skeledirge. Please don't cancel me for that. Don't cancel me for that. Alright, here we go. Hey. Spin? Please don't die. Oh, I think I can spin one more time. Oh, is that like perfect 50%? Up the fence, please. Nice. I think that's up the fence. Yes. Okay. Good. Now this will never kill. And I can catch using a luxury ball. Woohoo! Luxury. I bought 20 luxury ball and it costs like, I think 25,000 Poké-Dollar, I think. It truly is a luxury ball. Catch him. Get him. Oh, nice. We got the Goodurg. We got ourselves a Goodurg. Goodurg Tailwind? Hey, I respect your decision. What do you want? It looks like Bad Dirk wouldn't mind skipping over learning Tailwind for now. Sure, I respect your decision. The The swirly protrusion on its back is filled with all its vital organs, such as its brain and heart. What? Oh, it's all there? That's kind of scary. Yes, you will join my team as... Sorry if you guys can hear my controller noises. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can hear them, but hopefully it's not too loud. Gudurg! Add to my party. Alright, sorry Chom Chom. You know, it's been nice, but I need a full dragon team. Well, I know Limzerd is not necessarily a dragon, but hey, Limzerd gets a special pass because it's Salazzle. It's Salazzle. She gets a special pass. Alright, bye bye Chom Chom. It's been nice. Place item in my bag. Thank you. Have fun, Chom Chom. So I think Gujira is like level 55 something? I mean, I could like dump all my EXP candy. Okay, let's do it. Give you all the M? Or I'll give you all the S first, I think. Yeah, I think it's like more level than this. 55, I believe. Honestly, I don't even know. It's the first time I caught Gudra in a Pokemon game. Because, you know, the latest Pokemon that I played before this one was 5th gen. Pokemon Black and White 2. Gudra is great. Gudra is very great. Hi, Hypnomancy. Alright, let's bring Bad Dirk in here. We got a quote unquote full dragon team. I mean, Salazzle gets a special pass again, right? Because she's Salazzle. Hi, you wanna fight? Super popular streamer named Yono? No. Oh, the music's bumping in this game, shit. Hi, Kalfira. How you're doing? Whoa, that's a really high... Oh god, it's level 50. What the fuck? Biden. Does bite cause flinch? No, right? Uh oh. Eee, it's a rock type, okay. No, I'll kill you first. Yeah, it's crunch, right? So it's not bite. Oh, then crunch is quite strong then, because crunch can cause defense down. Or chance. I forgot. I actually forgot. Can I check the moves? Whoa, wait, what? So I can remember the moves that I forgot? Okay, wait a minute. wait, excuse me, aren't you a dragon type? How can you have a fairy type? Absorb? Oh shit. Alright, all good. You know what, let's have Knife Dirk. Knife Dirk. I'm almost out of potions. I already got Sliggoo, so I think it's all good. So I think right now I'm trying to go to the next gym. Is that Vaporeon? Oh shit, is that the most compatible Pokemon? I don't trust the map. I don't always see the Pokemon that's shown on the map, like ever. But I'm gonna go check around the water area. Uh-oh. We got fighting birds. Oh, they don't chase me down anymore? Oh, weird. Not these guys, I guess? I mean, I know Flamingo used to chase me down. Guess not anymore. Okay, so for now, I think I'm just gonna try to go... Do I want to go here? I might die. Because Casaroya Lake seems like a very strong place. I mean, it might be a little bit too early for me. Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna go here first. Instead, I'm gonna go to... here. The gym. Oh, there's 2 gyms here? Shit. And one Dragon Terra right here? Oh. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I can go from here. Can I? Throw a gunk around? I don't trust the map anymore. The map is like lying to me. The closest Popeye? You mean like the animated, the famous animated series Popeye? Popeye? The one that goes, I pop open a can of spinach and then just punch everyone to oblivion? What do you eat now? Do you eat spinach? Malaysia no Popeye? No. Oh, it is truly a Vaporeon. Hi. It's the most compatible Pokemon. I'll stop. Level 49. Outrage would definitely kill. Dragon Pulse probably not, because Knife Dirk has shit SP attack. Please don't die. Oh, you are strong as fuck. Defense roll sharply? Okay, good. I'll kill you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you're so good. Oh, you're so strong, Knife Dirk. Okay, one more time should do the trick. Please don't kill me. Oh, oh my god, I'm almost dying. Oh. Okay, good. Oh my god, alright. All good, all good. My Clive Dirk died for a good cause. The ice type. Everyone is afraid of ice. Well, probably not Limzard, because Limzard is fire type. But Limzard is afraid of water type, so this might be a little bit of a heckin' bet here. Catch. You're mine. Hehe. Do you guys like Vaporeon? I mean, I don't really like Vaporeon for obvious reasons. Not Dragon. Oh, I had a feeling, Dude, you guys have no heckin' personal, gosh. You never like Pokemon? That's fair. I don't expect everyone to like Pokemon. I mean, I like Pokemon because... not only because of the design, ho. But I like this one especially just because I get to interact with my Pokemon in some way. And that makes me very happy. It's not just I catch Pokemon to fight anymore game. Kill! 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 That's what you get, that's what you get, that's what you get. That's what you get for messing around with a dragon. Is this Psyduck swimming? Oh my god, Psyduck swims so fast. Oh shit, Psyduck swimming. Oh. Oh, that's not shiny. Oh, okay. He should be safe again, right? You've been to Medali, already beat the gym leader. Famous Treasure Eatery gets a 1-star review from me? Why? That's mean. Time to kill. Kill! Wait, I think that might be a little bit too much. Sorry. Kill! Hi, Gigi the goat. Oh, I should bring out Bad Dirk. Bad Dirk is Amulet coin. I need money. Give me all the coins. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Quick ball? Oh my god, yes. I think I already got the Azumarill. I think. That's a Terra raid. Do I want to go there? That looks like Ice type, right? I mean, my Limser can probably do something about it. Oh, money. So Castle Royale Lake is like the strong Pokemon place? I should not hang around here. It's dangerous. How you doing? Doing good, doing good. Finally get a heckin' capture card so that I can play Pokemon here. It's Ice type, right? That one? If it's Ice type, then Limsit should do the trick. Hopefully. I don't know about that. I call it lag leg. You're not wrong. Gosh, this game lacks optimization. It's sad, but at least this game allows me to interact with my Pokemon. I think that's a win in my book, at least. Yeah, it's Ice type. Alright. Let's go, Lizard! Dude, it's Ice type. Someone broke Sandile? Sandile's gonna die. Oh, you know what? Gonna cheer first. Nice, nice. Blow fire at them. Oh! It's a lot more painful. Oh! Uh-oh. Hey, you bully! Oh, there's a crit? I win. Get out of here. Where pep talk? I did it! I did pep talk. Catch! Catch! Which ball is beautiful? You're a bug type, netball. Spin! It is just like Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is dead, by the way. Well, it's not dead, but the recent update, really sad. I know why, but I've been hunting for shiny Claw and had no luck. I never really seen a shiny Pokemon in this game. Or in most Pokemon game that I played, I only found like 1 or 2 shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Go. And I played Pokemon Go for like years. But for like Pokemon Emerald, Crystal, and then Black and White 2, I never see a shiny Pokemon. I don't know how people hunt for them. It's crazy. Feels like it's like rare as hickey. It's super rare. We got a bug. Pokemon Go is the Ape and Auntie game. Ape and Auntie game in SG, yeah. Yeah, at least I'm not in Singapore. At least I'm not in SG lor. So I'm not Ape or Auntie. Oh, I cannot go back? Well, I can, but... Oh. Nice. Is that 10,000 EV? Oh wait, no, that's not EV. Okay, forget to say anything. Oh wait, I didn't see the Meowth, really? Kill! Kill! Eat him! It's a cat, eat it! See how the old folk walk with 3 mobile devices and say, 3 mobile devices? Shit! Shiny Hunter, I played 128 hours of this game, I found 56 shiny. Can I see how long I played this game? Like, I don't know how to check. Like, I'm still new to this Switch system thing, so I have no idea. I don't know, I mean, I doubt that I played for 128 hours, because this is Switch, and it's kind of a family console. You know, my family plays them sometimes, so I don't have, I don't get a hold of this for like all the time. But I'm glad I get a chance to play Pokemon, so yeah. But man, 56 shinies? How the fuck? You wanna fight? Or give me money? Main attraction in my cafe? Are you sure? There's no dragon though. There's no dragon, I'm upset. Eat the cat! Eat the cat! 29, yeah, eat the cat. Eat the cat! Did it? Oh shit. I don't have buff skills. Yeah. I don't have buff skills, get out of here. Go. Technically I can see how long you played. Oh, you can? Shit, that's cool. Go to map, press X and go to profile. Go to map. X triangle. Oh, profile. Oh my god, where's that face? Total playtime 30 hours. I think that's pretty good enough. 30 hours, very, very nice. I get to hang out with my Pokemons, and I love that. Is that Chansey? On my map? Oh, I think, oh my god. No, I don't care about you. Eat. Get out.
Hello.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate the photo. Is this Medali? Oh shit, I think this is Medali. I've been here, I already defeated the gym leader. The best gym leader, by the way. We're all Larry at heart. We're all Larry at heart. Going through midlife crisis. Look at that 3 luxury ball. Good enough. Let's go, Noivern. Okay, how do I go to that mountain? There's 2 Terra raids here. Maybe I should go get them? Get the EXP candy? Can I even... Huh? The gene that looks like he works 9 to 5. Yeah. Relatable. Just the face alone? Yeah, it's good enough. Poor guy. Oh, feels like I can access that one. It's not even catching up? Oh, it is. Nice. The Dali Zapa passage? Okay. Dali Zapa? Oh, what? Oh, yeah, they can take things. I forgot. I like this game's music. I always love when games offer, what do you call it? Dynamic music. It's pretty good. I've been here? Wait, I've been here. Oh, huh? I didn't know I've been here. Hey, you wanna fight? What? I didn't know I've been here. Lizard! Oh my god. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Look at you. Oh, look at you. Oh, their face is so dumb. I love them. Oh god, I love them. I wonder if there's Gabite here. Oh, Gabby. There's a lot of limbs out here. Hi, who are you? Don't think I ever caught you before. Wait, I caught you? Okay, kill. Kill! Oh shit, alright, fine, okay. Oh, the Gachua. Eee, that one not Gachua lah. That one is Chicha. Oh shit. Oh, bike can flinch? Hell yeah. Oh. Jichua. I never heard Jichua before. Chicha. Ah, Chicha. Look at Chicha. Cute. I like Chicha. Oh, it's Blind Dirk. Honestly, I kind of want a Blind Dirk in my team, but gosh, I don't know who to replace. What the fuck is that noise? Why the 10,000 noises on my... Oh, hey! Are those your noises? Duck Trio? Oh, it's coming. That's a lot of things I can take. Soul Bear Potion? 2 potions? I should probably buy some Pokeballs. I've been time extending to get a specific outbreak. Name my Magikarp puppy. Hey, can I buy something? Oh, I'm blocking the money amount. You know what? I'm gonna disable this for now. There you go. Now you can see the money that I have. Is there Quick Ball? There's no Quick Ball? Here, let me buy a few. Let me just buy a few more luxury ball. How about that? Yeah, why not? 39k! Oh, shit. Truly luxurious ball. Repeat ball is I don't like repeat ball. Dive ball is good. In or on the water, okay. So 9 of these? Actually make it 10 because I can get the premier ball. Nice. Nest ball, maybe buy some Pokeballs. 17? 12? Nice. Oh, I can buy Ultra Ball now? Sure. Let's buy a shitload of Ultra Balls. 26k, it's much cheaper. But man, nothing beats a good old luxury ball. Alright, let me sell something, thank you. I'll keep one nugget just because it's shiny. I don't need mushroom, it's not shiny enough. I'll keep one stardust. I'll keep one star piece. And rich balls, stick balls, good balls. Any balls are good. There, I got some of my money back. Bone? Nah, it's just bone. I'll sell them. They're not shiny enough. Thank you. All good. Is this to the... to Glacido? Glacido Mountain? Okay. Where does this lead to then? Zapapico? Zapapico? I'm gonna go to Glacido Mountain first. You see, look at Dunsparce, it's so big. Imagine tossing a Pokeball in Monsties. Oh dude, I would do that. We don't need eggs anymore. We don't need to hunt for eggs anymore, we just need to throw Pokeballs at them. Also, Buff Woman, good design. Look at this. Very, very nice. You're not a dragon, are you? Are you a dragon? Yeah, you're not. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. I hate it. Body Slam has a really high chance of getting paralyzed, huh? No! You little shit! I need to bring my Chichak. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Thanks. Another Gastrodon. Okay, if you Body Slam again, Chichak will take care of it. Instant enrage is what will happen because you throw a ball at their face. Worth. Worth. I mean, it's almost like I throw a ball at your face. Oh wait, different forms? Ooh, that's cool. Spin. I'll just judge you silently. No, you have to endure the Kobold antics. The Kobold antics. See, good thing I bought a bunch of potions. Spin. This game is giving me a commission idea. Ooh. You know the squash in the box style old MH icon? Hmm. I remember that. Get one for him. Ooh. For Baluki? Yeah. Oh, what? Can I jump down? Shit, that looks scary. And there's like 10,000 snow runs down there. Heck it. Woohoo! Oh. No, I don't want to kill them. No killing them allowed. They're just Cicak. Oh, there's Torkoal. I thought, what was that? That's Torkoal. Torkoal looks a lot smaller than I thought. Like in Gen 3, you saw the sprite, it's like, oh shit, that's a huge Pokemon. And you look at this game, Torkoal is like way smaller than I thought. It's like, okay. Cool beans. I didn't mean to do that. Do not hurt Cicak. They are precious. Cicak precious. Hi. Wait, you're way bigger than a doggo? Is that a furry dream? Hey, how you doing? It is truly a furry dream in here. Hi. Oh shit, I'm dead. Why are you ice type? No. Oh god, I'm so fucking level 75? Alright, okay. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Hey, Limzard, it's all up to you. Oh shit! Goodbye, world. Oh yes. Oh my god, Kill. Kill. Please kill. Please burn it down, Salazzle. Please. Oh shit! Oh. Limzard is too slow. Oh, thank you. That is actually good. Alright, one chance. One fucking chance. What ball do I use? Ultra Ball. Bitch is level 75. I'm not in Victory Road. What the fuck? You're mine. Please don't. Oh, okay. Bitch, that is scary as fuck. That is scary as fuck. Hey, we got the furry dream, Lucario. Not my type, no. See, the thing is, Lucario is not dragon. What time do you need to pangkang for dinner later? 5? Around 5, yeah. I think the dinner starts at 7. Although here, more or less here about 6, 7, I guess. Dog. I gotta try something. Does Quick Ball work? I mean, Quick Ball is like first turn, right? Yeah, we use first thing in the battle. Alright, let's try it. Save some time. You're mine. Please don't just... Oh, Quick Ball is so nice. Oh, Quick Ball is so nice. Oh wait, on its head is a tombstone. Oh wait, are we playing platformers now? Shit. Look at Blind Dirk. The Blinder's trying to fight me so hard. Just charging my way. You're afraid of dark, right? Is Psychic afraid of dark or is dark afraid of Psychic? I always confused about this one. Oh, okay. So Psychic is afraid of dark. SP defense? Oh shit. Not if I kill you first. Boo. Nice, thanks for the money, kid. Thanks for 2,000, kid. There's so many Blind Dirk here. They're so adorable. Like, their limbs are so stubby. Oh, whoa! A Salazar in the wild? Oh shit! Oh dude, your front view looks a bit cursed. Your front view looks a bit cursed. Don't look at me like that. It's kind of scary. Cursed front view. Very cool. Salazar looking thick as hell. Nice, very good. Thanks for the picture. Dude, I didn't expect to see Salazar in the wild. Does she chase me though? Do you chase me? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like you chase me though. Oh. Interesting pose. You gotta love Salazar. Like, Salazar #1, easily. Easily. What's that? What are you? Who are you? I'm just... Oh my god, it's so adorable. What are you? I've never seen you before. Hi. Are you like some sort of a dino? Do you want a... Huh? Are you suddenly looking at me? Are you a bird? Oh my god! Oh! You need to be mine. Oh, are you like a... Are you like a land shark? Oh, no. I don't know if this will kill them or not. I don't know what type it is. I mean, Bite is like the weakest move I have for Bad Dirk. The other Pokemon is way too strong. Well, unless for T-Jack. T-Jack has like... Rapid Spin. I think Rapid Spin is okay. He's trying to be tough. Oh, I love it. Oh my god. See, this is why I love Pokemon. Like, there's so many flaws in this game, but just because most Pokemon has their own... Oh, shit! Just because most of the Pokemon has their own personality. It's a dragon type, I can't believe it. It's a goddamn dragon type. Oh my god, no! Oh no! It's my weakest bitch ass move! I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, you know what? I have an idea. Hey, Chichak. As much as I love your Rapid Spin, I think I might need to change more of your move. Unless I can change your Terra type to Dragon. But I don't know how. I have false swipe. If I have false swipe, then Jijak would be like the Pokemon capture connoisseur. Yeah, it's Dragon Eyes. I know it's Dragon type at least. When he does Dragon Claw against me, I almost died. So Ice type, Dragon Ice seems OP because Dragon type most people deal with Dragon type is either with Dragon type or fucking Ice. Yeah, it's hard to tell from look alone, but the Ice type I can tell because of Frigid. The name has Frigid in it. What moves do you have? You don't have a lot of moves, don't you? Jerry was overpowered until fairy type got introduced. Yep. like people don't know how to deal with dragon type. Like people don't play Pokemon a lot when they're met with dragon type, and then they blow flame at them. They throw water at them. Not very effective. It's like, what the fuck? Most of Monhan monsters have visual cues. Who wants false swipe? Maybe I should give false swipe to you because of how strong your attack is. I just replace Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse is just funny at this point. Dragon Pulse for Hexorus? Dragon Pulse for Hexorus? I don't know. Dragon Tail? Oh shit. Yeah, I have false swipe, but Dragon Tail though. The target is knocked away and a different Pokemon strike. Huh? Yeah, that's why I want false swipe. Like, to let them become a Pokemon capture connoisseur. But then if I'm met with a ghost type, then I'm dead, because it's normal type, and I cannot touch them. Is this a buff of a nerf for Dragon Tail? Dragon Tail doesn't used to knock away Pokemons? And now Dragon Tail power is only 60? It used to be 70 or 80, isn't it? I don't remember, but it feels like they nerfed the fuck out of Dragon Tail. Weird. Huh. They might have, right? And also knocking away Pokemon, I think that's a small buff. Because knocking away Pokemon has always been very nice in terms of like disrupting their own strategy. Yeah, just like bang. Well, there goes your strategy. Get out. Something like that. You can have full swipe. I'm gonna replace Dragon Pulse. Just because you have 0. Oh, do I need Guillotine? Guillotine's like a one-hit KO, but the accuracy is only 30. Probably gonna need a scope lens for this to up some accuracy. Nah, I'm not gonna have Guillotine. A Guillotine, I mean, Outrage is pseudo Guillotine. Because of how fucking strong Outrage is. Yeah, just replace Guillotine. I hope you don't mind. There you go. Alright. No. Okay, Hexorus, you will now become the #1 Pokemon capture connoisseur. Woohoo, but you're in a cave. I was born up north, so I get excited when I come to cold places like this. Oh. Let's go. Actually, just use Breaking Swipe. I think that's good enough. Lowers the attack as well. And Hariyama is all physical attack. Oh, okay, you don't have half health. Good. That could have been catastrophic. Focus Punch? Nope. Too late. You left me out in the cold. You know, sometimes I think about when I beat a trainer and then their Pokemon just like fainted, what are they supposed to do? They cannot defend themselves on like in the wild. I'm indirectly destroying them. I should feel bad, but then again, I get money. You know, I get shiny. I'm not complaining. Just to look at Larvitar. Look at this T-pose little guy. So small. What is that? Oh, that's Pyro. I think I caught that one before. I sense a strong aura. If you're referring to Lucario, it's gone. Oh, what? Hi? Wait, does the Taurus look a little bit different? That Taurus looks a little bit different. I need to destroy you. Good shit, Hexorus, good shit. You're very stonk. So I was right. Maybe I should give... Here, let's have a change of items. Change health item to... something else? Shellbell? Soft Sand? Leftover? Quick Claw? I was thinking Shellbell. Yeah, why not? You can have Shellbell. Yeah. And then I want to give Amulet Coin for Hexorus. Oh, no. There you go. Now you can get more money. I'll be a little bit late. See? Soulspark can just be like whatever form they want. Hi, bird. Are you gonna attack me? That's a scary bird. Oh, there it is. We found ghost boys. Ooh, scary. Oh. I love the noise that they make. It's so adorable. Hi. Oh, a little bit too close for comfort. Hi. Ooh, hey. You guys chill. And Hunter is here as well. Hi. Look at all the ghosts. This game makes me love Ghastly. This game makes me love a lot more Pokemon. Just, they have their own personality is so good. Oh, hi. You looking at me? They're so adorable. Whoa. Hey! Are you a ground or steel type? I don't really remember. Uh-oh. Oh, you're way strong. Oh god. Gonna counter? Yep. No counter for you, little shit. Alright, let's capture this. That's a big horse. Oh my god, okay. That looks painful. Alright. Ultra Ball strong. Produce high quality mud used for making pottery. Ooh, this Pokemon makes mud? Yeah, also I'm loving all the, well, not all, but most of the Pokédex entries. They just give world building, right? World building. Also, guys, look at this. I found Bebe. Hey, hi. Oh, it's the Bebe. Oh my god. Oh, you want to meet your mom? Hi. There's your Bebe. Please don't go fight it. Please don't go fight it. Bebe. What's your opinion on Temtem? Never played it, but it looks really good. It's a Pokemon game that runs on 60 FPS. Hexorus is so cool. It's another Pokemon-esque game. Who are you? Do you wanna... You look mad? Oh my god, don't go charging with your hammer like that, jeez. Do you actually change stance like that? That's actually really cool. You don't see me. You don't know where I am. You don't even know where I am. That's right. You don't know where I am. Psych! See, this works. This makes catching Pokemon easier. I never really used this a lot, but I think it's good to know. Not very effective, has no effect? Are you a goddamn fairy steel type? You're a fairy steel type, you piece? Oh no. Oh shit. This is bad. I'm gonna die. Oh god. Alright, I mean. Ooh, this is terrible. I'm dead. I'll just keep doing this. Please don't kill me. No. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Alright, okay. Alright. Hey, I don't want you to die. You can have this, right? You deserve this. There you go. All good, all good. You can take the play rough. What? Is that a tail? Do you have a tail? What? That's a critical hit? There we go. Alright, now we can capture it. I love that. Oh, Pokeball! It's the Pokeball. Oh yeah. Full swipe is so good. Tink tink. It's very steel type. That is actually scary as fuck. It's very steel type. Hey. I wanna heal. I kind of want to go online and check what's the level for Gudra to evolve. But at the same time, I kind of don't want to just because it spoiled the surprise. It kind of makes me want to throw all the candies for Sliggoo or Gudra. I mean, I have 17. You know what? You can have all of them. I just want to look at Gudra. How many? That's 4 levels. Let's go. Muddy water. Hey, what do you want? Forget curse and learn muddy water? What's curse? A move that has different effects depending on whether the user is a ghost type or not? Huh. So it doesn't really say what it does, huh? Oh, you really want to get rid of that curse? Sure. I respect your decision. You have Rain Dance. Should be fine. It's not leveled up. Whoa. 56. That's like the highest level Pokemon I have. Zapapiko? Oh, there's no gym here or anything. Did I mean, honestly, it's never a wrong way, but I'm trying to get to the gym. Comes from a word for a pickaxe. Oh, it's a miner's town? Why is there a battlefield here? There's not even a gym here. What do you mean? Cute. More support. God, they make all Pokemon so adorable. Is there not much? I don't think there's a lot of things here. But why is there a battlefield in the middle? Why why the battlefield here? Hi Jade. Kobold. Yeah. Kobo loves Pokemon. What is that noise? It's an energetic fella. Energetic elephant. Chick kebab. Chick kebab. Pinchitos. Grilled rice balls. Grilled rice balls? Rice balls grilled? That's a bit... Huh? I feel like that's kind of sacrilegious. Wait, do you grill rice? Never really heard of grilling rice. I don't think there's anything here. I should probably go picnic. Oh, hey. Isn't onigiri grilled? Is it? You're just a tad bit too Asian to understand grilled rice balls? Maybe. I don't think onigiri is grilled. Onigiri is just... Onigiri! You just put...
Can I have your sashaki, please?
Oh,
You drive for me to buy some medicine.
no.
谢谢。
Think of them like fried rice but in hot ass oil. Hot ass oil. Can't it be grilled? I don't think you can grill onigiri. Onigiri is just cooked rice, and then you sort of just like you sort of just put them, you shape them into onigiri size, and then you put some sort of a vinegar into them so that they'll stay in place. Vinegar and some other substance I don't remember. At least to my knowledge, is how you make onigiri. I could be wrong. In which case, be sure to correct me. Yaki onigiri. Well, that's a very specific one, isn't it? It can be grilled, but usually it's just white rice one half, filling white rice other half, and if you want, you slap it with seaweed on top. Mmm, seaweed nice. Maybe I'm too Asian. You're right. Okay, I fought you before. I'm still kind of sad how this game is so poorly optimized. It's sad, really. Like, this game barely runs at 30 FPS. It's sad, honestly. But then again, it's a big game. 2-star ground type. Ground type? Nah, Hexorus got this. Hexorus goes in, outrage, beat the shit out of everything, and they die. Hexorus OP. At least you get to ride the Pokemon? True. Very true. At least I get to look at Koraidon. Right as on its back, not the other kind. I'm pure. I don't know what you're talking about the other kind. I don't know what you mean by that. Here, let me just cheer for funsies. Go crazy! Oh, go stupid! Oh shit! I don't even need to. All right, okay. Good afternoon, Buttermilk. I already have a lot of Ghastly, but I'll catch it just for funsies. Here, there we go. Do the spin! How's your day going? Going very well. I love that I finally get to use this capture card. I finally get the capture card. How tight you want me to smash you, please? Didn't happen. Nobody see that. No one see that. It didn't happen. Nobody's pure. True. True. Hot. I'm pure. I'm sure. I'm sure. We got Ghastly. Where am I trying to go again? I'm trying to... Oh wait, there's something here. Star Batch Poison? It's like very close. Why not do this here? Yeah, it's very close. I can do that. Also, I love how there's a Tumbleweed Pokemon. That's a Pokemon. There's Tumbleweed, a Pokemon. Alright, I'm not gonna kill you. You're already a Tumbleweed. You sense sarcasm? Do you know? Okay, I'll stop. Oh, there it is. Oh, what? Oh, it's the best worm! Look at the worm. Look at the worm. It has a really dumb face. I love him. Best mobile game graphic. It's Switch. I'm enjoying the game. God damn it. Oh shit. I cannot stop to get you. God damn. How you doing? He has that stingray stupid smile. It feels like it's an unintentional smile forever. No thoughts had empty, as I said. 100%. Oh my god. I love the worm. It's really good. A very adorable. Oh yeah, I should bring my Pokemon out. Okay. We're going on a trip. With the game that whoa, go. Cool. Didn't know it does that. Is that Monkey Ketchup? Oh, that's a worm. Oh, that's the worm. I forgot. Oh yeah, also I have this captured not on 1080p but 720p. So maybe that's why you're looking at the phone level graphics as well. Oh, it's the best burb. It's gonna chase me. It's gonna chase me. This burb is so adorable, and the cry is also very adorable. Oh my god, that's so adorable. That's so adorable. As any bird is, yes. Cannot argue with that. You're right, you're right. Here, let's go destroy something. This is the team-based entrance, right? Take 3 ticket? Oh my god, the game's running like a piece of shit right now. Who are you? What an eyeball! Hi. Oh, you what? Oh, what'd I do? Oh, okay. Hi. Toxin. Hey there, Clive. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Good. Oh my god. For 6 months?
Naty Spin Wobble.
Naty Spin Wobble. Oh my god. Thank you, Malicious Magpie, for 6 months. Oh my god. Big appreciate. Also, I hope you're doing good. I feel like Go is here not to play the game, but just to laugh at Pokemon. Yeah. Dude, I'm so glad this game I get to interact with Pokemon in so many ways possible. It's not just capturing Pokemon and make them slaves just to fight anymore, you know? I'm loving this. Let's pick up our conversation from where we left off before. As I mentioned, I joined Operation Starfall to resolve a sticky situation and to find out the reasons behind Team Star's odd behavior. Above all, I want to know why the students in Team Star have stopped coming to school. It's reminded of she spent 20 odd pictures of Altura. You know what? I can show you right now. Yeah, let me open up Steam. Oh, Steam got update? What the book? No, Steam, come on, man. I just want to look at Altura. Let me look at Altura. Oh god, sorry. Oh shit, my PC is dying. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about this. I didn't know Steam is taking so much resources. Here, let me get the screenshots folder. Oh my god. I only have one monitor to work with currently, so you have to excuse me. Okay, let me just put this down. You're gonna look at a lot of OBS, hope you guys don't mind. Look at that. So here you have Altura Pictures. Look at that. Altura Pictures. All it wants is to live. And be beautiful and crush me. What? Like, there's no way. Altura is way too good. Altura is too beautiful. Look at that. My god, man. She can look at me all day like this. No problem. Oh my god. Altura. Yeah, you have no idea. My F12 button almost broke. No lah. Altura though. I'm still very upset about not being able to find Altura again in the game. It's very sad. Like, do you see the size of this? Do you see the size of this wonderful, beautiful butterfly wagon? So good. There's one particular camera angle that looks really good. Let me see if I took a picture of that. One particular angle. This one is also really good. It's just a bunch of Altura pictures. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I took a shitload of pictures of Altura. Oh yeah, Altura has Spirit Bomb, yeah. See, Altura is so strong it doesn't even need anyone to lend her any energy. It's not like Goku is like, lend me your energy! And then like barely got a Spirit Bomb going. No, Altura just like spits out energy and throws it at you. That's Altura right there. Dude, I'm still trying to find the camera angle. It's not this one, but this one also looks really good. Like, yeah. Yeah, there it is. Look at the camera angle. Shit. The game knows what they're doing. That's for sure. Beautiful camera angle. Gonna love that. Also, I cannot look at chat, so it's fine. I'll look at chat afterwards. Don't worry about it. If you guys say anything about this, or say anything in particular or in general, I cannot see them for now. Because I only have one monitor to work with. I think I still have a lot of pictures of Altura. Oh, this is where Altura get like, yeah, multiple wings now. This is accidental picture. More Spirit Bomb, but this one is green. Dude, Altura is so good. Look at that. Fuck. Holy shit, 6 wings? 6 wings, never enough. This camera angle again, so good. It's like my #1 camera angle. Gonna love that. We won! We killed Altura. But that's a lie. We never kill Altura. She's too strong. Dragon Rage. This is like me, what's the word? Reminiscing about Altura? I don't want to play the game again. You know, just to look at Altura. It's too much work. Accidental picture. Dude, this is so good. Oh, that is so... Oh, look at all the shiny. Shit. I think this is the last phase already. I don't know why the ball is like covering her face. That's fine. Still a good picture. Oh. No. Any close-ups possible? Oh shit, look at that. Now this is the close-up I desire. I so desire that. I don't like this though. Oh, there it is. And this is the last picture I have of Altura. the last picture I have for Altura. And that's about it. Look at that, Altura. Beautiful. Beautiful Altura. Oh, sorry. Doop. There we go, okay. When the day the Monster Hunter team decides that the final boss of Monster Hunter...
And welcome.
DJ the Proto Gen version 3. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. I got hit by her luminosity. Very good animation. Yeah. I just wish they put Altura into like, yeah, mainline series. So that we get to fight actual Altura. Gosh. Yeah, it's a one and done. I hate it. Sad. Yeah, hi. Hope you're doing good. Alright, continue Pokemon. Sorry about the sidetrack there. Just need to look at Ultra for a little bit. And just like Cassiopeia, I want the team to disband for good. Since joining Operation Starfall with you, I have already had some success in opening up a dialogue with Team Star. And I think I'm starting to understand things more clearly. I know I'm blocking the dialogue box, that's why I'm reading it. But I don't have enough information just yet. That's why I want to speak with students from Team Star's other squads as well. If you intend to take on another base, know what you can count on me for backup. Oh, know that, alright. Till then, see you around, Droxen. Bye, Clive. Who is definitely not Director Clivel? Name? I forgot. But if Ultra gets ended, people might complain because it's a floating boss with an outright stance. Skill issue? I just want to look at Altura, thank you very much. Oh my god, it's a best red. Why is that Venonat is huge. Also, best red. God, I still love this red so much. So it's just a ball. Why is Venonat this big? Hi. You are mega big. Hi. That's a really big Venonat. Have I ever called a Venonat before? I don't think so. Oh, can I catch Venonat? Can I catch Venonat? I'm just trying to catch a Venonat, and then you just like, nope. Cutscene, stupid. Do me a favor and go home already, will you? No, I want to see the boss of Navi squad. Take me to Don Atticus. Like I said, kid, the boss told me not to let any outsiders pass these gates. That includes you. I don't care. I'm not leaving till you let me talk to Don Atticus. Give me a break, you little doofus. People over there seem to be arguing about something. What do you want to do? Go say hello. Hey, what's up? I hear something. What did I? Nope, I hear nothing. How you doing? Uh-huh. Oh great, here comes another rando to ruin my day. I didn't think grunt work for Team Star newbies would be this much of a chore. Hold on, Mr. Grunt, I think this boy might be Droxen. Boy? Look at your size, you call me boy, you kid. At least call me... Oh yeah, also fun fact, I make my character boy, but then the appearance is very deceiving. Fun times. That kid who picked a fight with Team Star. Look at you, you're the same height as me, you're calling me kid? Prepare to be raided. I knew it. Oh boy, this ain't good. Everyone else in the base is still asleep since we were up all last night playing video games. Hey yo, that sounds good though. Leave it to me, Mr. Grunt. I'll buy some time for you to go wake up the others. As if you can't keep me up. Yeah, and what's in it for you? Don Atticus will be in danger if no one's here to defend the base. I owe that man my life. He's my dear compadre. And when crisis calls, one has no choice but to rally to those dear to him, no matter the cost. Yeah, I have no idea what you're on about, kid, but thanks for the big assist. Sure, I don't care who you are, you're dead. Alright, you villain, if you're under Don Atticus, be prepared to face my wrath. Oh, wait a second. Discretion is the better part of valor, as the saying goes, wise choice. Oh, I just have to fight? Red! Red! Hey, wait a second, let me catch this Venonat. Fuck you, man, I want to catch the Venonat! Alright, please die. Yeah! I'll kill you! Yusuf, alright. Oh, Team Star music's really good. Oh! Oh. Oh my god, the game is running like piece of shit. Just like the game is running like a shit. Strudel? Oh no, you are making me kill a heckin' rat? You want me to kill a heckin' rat? Okay, you know what? I'll eat the rat then. A bat eats rat, right? No. Wait, wait, do bat eats rat? I think they do. You know what they do? Yeah. Hey, I sense foob. I sense foob, thank you. Mmm, delish. The game is running like a piece of shit right now. It's running barely at 12 FPS. It's almost like I'm looking at a heckin' PowerPoint slideshow. I talk big but I'm no warrior. It's sad to say, kid. Don Atticus, I'm sorry I failed you. Hi, Clive. Are you alright? Yeah. I was standing watch when I heard a ruckus all of a sudden. I got worried that maybe something had happened to you over here. Yeah, it's probably the outrage I did just now. All's fine. All's good. No fair you had backup this whole time? You had the whole base, dude. You had the whole base. You said no fair. I had one single backup, dude. Is this boy one of the academy students? He doesn't look like he's from Team Star. You're right, I'm not a member of Team Star, but Don Atticus is my compadre. I have to see him no matter what. Well, clearly you have your reasons for being here. Druxon, I'd like to ask this boy some questions. You go ahead and get started on the base. Might I borrow you for a chat? My man. Don't worry, I won't bite. My man. Hey, Cassiopeia, what's up? Nice work dealing with the guard. That's just a kid. Within that base lies Team Star's Poison Crew, the Navi Squad. Their boss Atticus designs the outfit for the team. You could say he has clever hands. The guy is also a bit of an eccentric. You can never tell what he's going to do next. So, since it's beyond us to predict how he'll respond to our declaration of war, just take out as many of the squad's Pokemon as you can until Atticus shows his face. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off the phase of the operation. Time to wipe the Navi squad off the map. I feel like I'm helping the wrong person here, but then again, I'm just a kid, so what do I know? And I happen to be just a strong kid. A kid that possesses the power of 6 Pokemons. of 6 dragon Pokemons. Yeah, don't worry about it. You know what? Let's bring in a full squad. So how this works is that the operation will use the top 3 of your Pokemon go into the base and just go apeshit on the Pokemons inside. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think it's pretty fun. Let me show you. Let me save first. Hi, Foxy Foxy. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. There. Let's go in. Yeah, first 3 Pokemon on your party. Yep. Ding. Let's go kill. Beep. It seems the folks behind Operation Star Fool are finally making a move against our base. You know what that means, gang. Time for us to shine bright and avenge our teammates. And hey, little intruder, just so you know, if you got the skills to defeat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, our boss might deem you worthy to meet in person. Break a leg. I will. It's gonna be so fucking easy. Let's go. Kill. Kill. Yeah, kill. Get him. Let's go kill them. Who want a piece of this? Is that yours? Wait, is this Venonat Wild or is that their Venonat? Wait, I actually have no idea. I'm sorry if that... Okay, it must be their Venonat, I think. Go kill them! Give me more Pokemons, man. You guys are so slow. Oh, that's a nice looking snake though, by the way. It's Among Us! It's Among Us! What a life we live in! Is Ghastly poison type? I didn't know that. I mean, I know Ghastly is ghost type. I'm doing fine. Also, I suggested a raid to this VTuber. Oh. I don't know if I understand that correctly. But appreciate the lurk. I'm glad to know you're doing fine though. Hey, where's the one more Pokemon? Oh, there it is. Got him! He's way above our level. We're gonna get the boss. Come here. Oh, the music. Dude, Team Star's music is really good. Atticus, there it is. Poison's crew. And pray forgive my sudden entry. 'Tis I, Atticus. You are the scoundrel Draxon, I take it. You have some nerve baring your fangs at Team Star. Come then, villainous wretch. A plunge into grim poison shall be your well-deserved fate. On guard. That is the most anime thing I ever said in my entire life. Oh. Oh. Damn, I forgot how good the music is. Go kill them. Not bad punishment awaits thee, wretch. A plague on your house. No U plus L plus ratio. Goodbye. Hey, bitch, you sucker punch. Alright. Certain moves can poison with a mere graze. Tremble, scoundrel. I didn't... Oh. No. Thank you very much. Alright, all good. Muck? Nah, I'm still on the outrage. Get him, Hexerus! Get him! Yeah! Look at that, easy. Outrage OP. Oh, please be 3 turns. Oh no, it's only 2 turns. Well, time to change. Hey, Shark Dirk, you got this. You're ground type, we win. They cannot poison you. I mean, they can, but it's ground type. It's what poison is weak against. Revive Room. Oh yeah, the car, right? Hey, do you like bulldoze, or are you flying? Oh, you're not flying. Okay. Wee. Another revive room, the big one this time. You think to give me a taste of mine own poison? Fine, I will fight until the bitter end. Hi, I say. Hey, I know Bulldoze is super effective, but I just want to do Dragon Claw because my Terrastalize is Dragon type. Let's do it! Kill! Kill! Get him, Shark Dirk. They don't even stand a chance. Let's go! Kill them! Oh! God damn, the music's so good. Oh, that looks painful as fuck. Yeah, get him! Catcha! Oh, that's not painful. Uh-oh. Nah, I just don't need to change Pokemon and all is good. Yeah, get him! Good job, Shark Dirk, you're the best. Toxic debris. Doesn't work, man. Yeah, we did it! Yeah. Oh, I did it too late. Oh, God. Forgive me, my friends. And now the backstory? Yeah, the backstory just seems like we're the bad guy here. About a year and a half ago. Oh, look at you! Forgive me, I took a good lead time to procure the required materials. Whoa, sick! These boots are insane! That's a huge boot. Yeah, you're right. Ah yes, the move Flame Charge was my muse for those particular pieces. This outfit is everything I imagined it would be. Thank you so much. I merely wish to create a costume worthy of the great Inferno Eri. If it aligns with your vision, then I am content. Seems our outfit upgrades are all wrapped up. Then, thanks a ton, Atticus. With you two looking like absolute beasts, anyone who crosses us will be sweating bullets. You're so good at these sorts of crafty things, Atticus. Those people bullying you cause you geek out over old-fashioned stuff are out of their minds. Yeah, it seems like Team Star is just like, at least the Team Star leaders are just people that's getting bullied at school. And that's why they make their own band. That's what I get anyway. The way of the ninja is rough and fraught with thorns. I neither expect nor desire sympathy from the unrefined rabble. Ooh, someone's getting fired up. Watch out, world, our Atticus has fine words. Yeah, don't listen to the haters, Atticus. I think you're really cool. Alright gang, let's move on to the next step. It's time to put our backs into our battle training so we're all prepped for Operation Star. We're gonna be stronger than everyone else in the team. That's what being a boss means. Indeed it does. Henceforth, I will devote myself heart and soul to honing my battle skills. So anime. For the sake of the team, I will give my very heart and soul, but I cannot defy the rules. Our code must be obeyed. And so this badge is mine to keep no more. I entrust it to Daicare. I guess. They got destroyed. Oh, the weather's changed in game. Take this contraption too. It contains a technique that allows one to cover their foes in gunk. Gunk shot. And shoots filthy garbage at the target to attack. This may also poison the target. Ooh. Instruction is thy name, is it not? You have utterly bested me, but thy victory stirred no bitterness within me. Such was its brilliance. Don Atticus! My compadre. It seems this little fella has been dying to speak with you face to face. Don Atticus, please hear what I have to say. I only need a moment. Whatever brought you all the way here? I came to help you. If you don't start going to class again, you'll be expelled from the academy, right? When the other kids at school and I were getting bullied real bad, you and the rest of the Team Star saved us. Yeah, like I said, right? Thanks to the operation you carried out, we were all able to go to school again. If you got expelled for being the good guys, that'll be the worst thing ever. Forgive me. Haven't you heard anything from the big boss? Nay, we've heard not a whisper since that fateful day. Without the big boss, Team Star cannot carry on. And without the team, the bright and merry student life we seek lies beyond our reach. We've no choice but to defend our bases till the big boss returns to us. You evidently trust this big boss of yours a great deal. Who exactly are they? In truth, not one of us has met them in the flesh. By their own word, they are a recluse, as with the rest of us, it would seem bullying was to blame. One time I was on Roblox Zombie Stories, a random person said, "You a furry, stop spreading the furry virus," and I was like, shut the hell up, Earth's furry just exists, so freaking deal with it. I mean, honestly, if people say that, they're just kids, don't worry about it. I mean, I get that a lot as well. It's like, oh my god, the fucking furry. It's like, uh-huh. You want to become one? I'll sniff you. No, I was like, uh-huh, yeah, what about it? You want this Pokemon to learn Gunshot? Oh shit. That's OP, man. That power is like 200 and accuracy is like 150. Though their name and face be unknown to us, they are nonetheless our precious comrade. Our only choice is to maintain our visuals from the bases, awaiting the day of their return. So that's why you don't go to school. Weather changes, but still, don't ever think that Team Star is all you have, Don Atticus. You've got a lifelong compadre in me, and don't you forget it. My compadre. I owe you a great debt. It seems you're one step closer to the truth behind Team Star's truancy and the bullying at the academy, but more importantly, I can't believe I had no idea about these issues the students are struggling with. They have friendships they hold dear and reasons for acting as they do. I just couldn't see it. It's shameful how oblivious I've been. I believe Team Star to be the one and only treasure in my life. Methinks I may have been mistaken. Methinks. Yeah, Team Star is just people getting bullied. But not the grunts though, the grunts are just weirdos. I'm gonna call it. It feels like Cassiopeia might be the big boss of them. Like, might be. Yeah, I'm just calling at this point. On Toxin, it's me. Atticus, the Starbase is now yours then? Mm-hmm. I see. Now that its boss has been taken down, the Navi squad squad days are numbered. No, Atticus. See? Cassiopeia always does this. Once I defeat one of their bosses, like the name to and name. It's like, sorry, I got a lot in my mind right now. Cassiopeia is such the big boss of them. So, Operation Starfall. You've taken down all but 2 bases, so it's fair to say it's going well. Oh. Lemmy! Hi, Lemmy.
Hope Pokemon is fun. I'm playing Let's Go Pikachu at the moment on my Switch.
Yo, Let's Go Pikachu is something like... isn't Let's Go Pikachu a remake of first gen? Hope you're good. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I'm having fun with Pokemon so much right now. I'm just looking at all my dragons. It's a remake of Yellow, yes. Ah, okay. Yeah, it looks fun, but then again, each game, each Switch game is like at least 200 ringgit for me, so I cannot buy much of them. But for now, I'm enjoying this Scarlet a lot, so yeah. Albeit sometimes the game runs like a PowerPoint slideshow, but despite the flaws, this game is still really good. So yeah, I hope you're doing good too, Lemmy. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the subscribe for 9 months. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Our final goal is to defeat the mastermind that first recruited the five squad bosses and created Team Star, the one they call the Big Boss. Who is this Big Boss? Who knows? They control all 5 squad bosses from the shadows. That's all anyone can say. It must be you. It must be you. If we defeat this person and get them to declare the team disbanded, that will be it for Team Star. Since the Big Boss never set up their own base and keeps their identity hidden, I take it they are not one for the spotlight. But once all the squad bosses are out of action, the Big Boss will finally have to take the stage. Now about your reward, I'll transfer some LP over your phone, as promised. I never really used LP, maybe I should use more of them. 7,000. More kinds of TM? Nice. Have your Pokemon learned strong moves so that they can continue to be used of the operation?
Hello from the other side. Just wanted to ask what's for dinner. Any watermelon?
Not seeing any watermelon. But just now, 刚才慧姐跟妈妈拿我的 Stadia 出去的哦。他们讲他们去买东西，我不知道今晚吃什么了。讲真，我也是一直在楼上在这边玩 Pokemon 呢。LP Life Point, is it not Lampa? Okay, I'll stop. My supply unit rep should be with you soon. What? Okay. Hey yo. Hey there, Truxon. That sounded like a pretty serious phone call. Uh-huh. Yeah, Koraidon! Oh my god, I love you! I was just... Shut the fuck up, Penny. I want Koraidon to talk to me. Oh, the sniff. Oh yeah, lick. The lick and sniff. Yeah. Koraidon number 1. I go now to avoid spoilers. See you tonight. Okay, okay. Don't look at the screen. Go. Are you still at Crocodile Farm? No, right? Koraidon sleeping. How's the frame rate in this game now? Terrible. Honestly. Oh, in apartment already. Yeah, okay, okay. It runs terrible around here, but in most cases it runs at about 20 to 30 FPS. Penny got the best. What? I need to fight Penny? Yeah, you spoil me. Yeah. I bite you all. Nintendo needs to invest more in Pokemon games. True. Help Game Freak, please. This is the 9th gen. Not a single voice actor has to be found. And not a single voice acted game is found. It's just no sound. That mastermind you were talking about, Kesopi has mentioned them to me too. Team Star's founder, the person who's caused all kinds of misery in the academy. If you don't take them down, I'll lose what I treasure most in the world. You lose your treasure? No, I just... Right, yeah, you need your reward. Here, take it before I forget. Lots of Pokemon materials. They're just skidding Pokemons? Good gods, man. They are evil. Cassiopeia is evil. Don't lose those guys. It's almost as if I'm playing Skyrim. I want to kill everyone. Alright, where's that Venonat? That goddamn Venonat is gone! And then we have Orang Utan. Among Us. Orang Utan, hi. Why do you look like you have midlife crisis? Are you okay? Do you need someone to talk to? What? Oh, you're not. Vinonet, I found you. You're mine. Have I caught you before? Oh wait, I caught you before. Well, goodbye. I want to fight the Terra Raid. The Terra Raid. Monkey? This is poison. If I bring Shark Dirk in there, I win. Huh? Arcanine? Wait, that's not Arcanine. That's Growlithe? Growlithe is poison Terra type? Yo. Let's go, kill. Shark Dirk number 1. Just kill them. Just kill them. I don't even need to heckin' cheer. Like, it's just Growlithe. It's just Growlithe. Yep. Yep. Catch the dog! Even though I already have multiple dogs, but I just want to look at this animation. Spin! There's Samurott raid coming if you want it. Samurott? There's no more walking weight, right? I was looking for a walking weight, but I just cannot find them anymore. Samurott, can I join Terra Raid online? I never went online with this game before, like ever. I feel like I'm just gonna pull someone's leg because I'm not even that strong in the game yet. If Samurott, definitely not Shark Dirk. Bat Dirk probably? Samurott is water type, right? Samurott, what the fighting? I don't know what Samurott is. Hi Dragon Riders. Oh wait, it's Among Us. Oh my god. I still love Dunsparce. No, don't go! Fine. Oh wait, I think I know you. Why are you walking to me so menacingly? Samurott is only water? I thought Samurott has something else other than like water, maybe fighting, but I'm not too sure. Do they chase me though? Oh. Okay, I did the Team Star base. Just water? Probably. The single-use bomb boosts SP attack stat. I don't read that fast. But the single-use, I'm gonna sell them for money. Oh, I've been here. Yeah, I've definitely been here. Let me see. Yeah. Where's the question mark? Where's the question mark? It's north? Yeah, I want to go look at the question mark. Oh my god, the game is running like shit. I'm gonna cry. Poor game, still not optimized. Also, it might be just because of this place. Too much stress. But I know the raid event has him terrorized as a bug type. Oh! Then bug type I win already though. If I just bring Limzut in there, just burn it down, yeah. Am I at the question mark? It's almost like the game is buffering. It's so sad. But it's only this place is like absolutely terrible. Like it didn't even it wasn't even that bad before. But only this place is like it's running like dog shit. Oh, it could be just because I'm streaming. Pikachu? Pikachu that is okay, what is this type? Is that grass? That's not grass, that's ground? Pikachu Thunder Red. Crikey, only Nintendo could get away with allowing a first-party title like this to run so badly and still sell millions. Pokemon is too big to fail, honestly. Easier computer game does run this bad, I've seen it before. Okay, good to know then. Pikachu, yeah, just bring Hexorus and Outrage and kill the Thunder Red. Kill the Thunder Red. Do you guys like Pikachu? Not me. I honestly borderline hate Pikachu. Was that capture card's jank? I think I saw capture card's jank for a little second. Let's go, Hexorus. Is that steel type? Oh, I'm dead. I brought Hexorus here and I'm dead. Here, let me just support you guys. Charm, Hex. No, you bitch. Oh, this is so sad. Everything is not very effective. Alright, Outrage it is. Let's go, don't kill my teammate. Yup. Bye-bye. Do I want to catch Pikachu? I'll do it. I'll catch Pikachu. Although one thing about the game is like, if I just don't look at the flaws of this game, performance issues, right? Some glitches. I encountered one on a certain rock at South Province, I think, or West or West Province or East Province. I think it's in East Province. There's one particular rock. If you jump on the rock, you just fall constantly and then you get stuck. And then they'll put you back after a while. So it's all good. It's just a little glitch that I found. But if you don't look at those things, this game's actually good. Like, I appreciate that the game allows me to interact with Pokemons, take pictures of them, and then they all have their own personality. Something like that. It just makes the game more alive, right? It's not just a single PNG fighting each other anymore, right? So I think I can appreciate that a lot. The address of Team Star Poison Crew's base? They're dead. They're all dead. but no horny Pokemon kind of sad. Hey, there's Lucario. People horny for Lucario a lot, don't they? I mean, I'm horny for all those dragon types out there. Well, not all. Oh shit. Heal! Yeah, Let's Go Pikachu is quite charming. Pikachu rides on your shoulder and you can have another Pokemon out in the Pokemon running around you. The big increase in graphical quality makes it more charming. Oh, that's so good! The game runs well though, not too many frame drops. That's also super good. I mean, sure, you can. I can run with my Pokemon there. It's all Dojin material. Time to judge box and Pokemon choices. There you go. Knife Dirk, Shark Dirk, Bat Dirk, Jijak, Goo Dirt, Limb Dirt. Nah. My choices. Very obvious choices. All Dojin materials. Is Jijak Dojin materials though? I don't think so. It's all pure Dojin. Jijak though! Jijak po! Cyclists are. The cyclists are even the pure Dojins? I don't think so. Wake up. Wake up, Hexers. Oh my god. Wake up, Hexers. Oh. Hexers. Hexers. Here's our boxing competition. What the fuck? Am I at the question mark? No, what is that? Oh my god, the game is running like a PowerPoint slideshow. Is that Mimikyu? Oh shit. Mimikyu. Mimikyu is fairy type, right? Fairy ghost type question mark? Or is it just ghost type? It's definitely ghost type. Full swipe's not gonna work against it. Yeah, god damn it. A fake Thunder Red. Are you gonna full swipe me? Cool beans. I'm just gonna throw Pokeball until I catch it. Pokeball. What the fuck? There's no fuck. How? Huh? I'll take it. I will take it. Easy. Ah, it is Ghost and Fairy. It's mentally weak. It's like, oh, you caught me. Oh no. Alright, okay, I'm caught now. The game's running like, oh my god. Why? I'm crying. You can, that's a Pokemon. It's the red. It's a red. Oh shit. A rat. Maybe I should try to find those Dojins that you mentioned. Oh my god, Pig. I just want to get that thing. Rude. Very rude. I'll kill you. Ooh, tanky. Uh-oh. Hey man, you wanna play this game? You wanna play this game? Try and hit me then. That's right, you little shit. Nest ball. Never caught this one. That's a big eye. That's a really big eye. Oh. You're mine? Nice. False swipe is so good. If I want to kill, just outrage. If I don't want to kill, just false swipe. The perfect skill. Every time he flaps its wings, it loses highly toxic dust. Oh my god. I'm gonna fight something. Oh my god, they're in my body. Oh my god, they're in my body. I hate it. Why are you guys doing this? Why are you in my body? Get out. Am I at the question mark? Oh, wait, the question mark is gone. Well, that's fine, I guess. I could... Huh? Why is there just like one single Noibat here? Yeah, I kinda want to go here. And then there's like a Dragon Terra raid. Kinda want it. No, I kinda want to go for Dragon Terra raid. How do I get up there though? Looks like it's blocked off. This one just goes down, I think. Oh, up. Huh? Unless I can jump around here, but that would be a little bit weird. Maybe from here? Oh, maybe there's like a cave around here, question mark? Oh wait, maybe it's here. Oh, it could be here. So, from Medali, go through this one, go up here, into Glacido Mountain. This must be Glacido Mountain then. Yeah, that's the plan. Let's go to Medali then. Go here. Yeah. Medali. Oh, what's the time now? I do need to check. There's family dinner tonight. It's 3:39. I'll play for a little bit more, and then I kind of want to play a little bit of Tetris 99 as well. Yeah, I assume it's going up that road right there. See that beside the waterfall? Must be that one. Oh. How are things with your family now? Any better? Yeah, a lot better, I would say. Relationship wise, we are a lot better. So yeah, at least that's good to know. Psyduck. It's Psyduck. Oh my god, it's Psyduck! Look at me. Look at me, Psyduck. Oh my god. I love Psyduck, oh my god! Can you do something for me as well? Come on, do something. Oh, look at you. Oh, look at you, Psyduck. Oh my god. Hi. Oh. Oh shit. Psyduck. Yeah, I'm also glad. To Glacido Mountain Path to Caesarea Lake. Yeah, I'm gonna go Mountain Path. Hey, talk to me, I will. Knife Dirk is a little bit in pain. There we go. Thanks, now let's battle. Buff woman though, nice. Oh, it's electric type. I always got debated by this Pokemon. Whiscash? Whiscash? Yeah. I always thought it's like water type, but no, it's electric type. I should probably give PP up for Outrage. PP up? Wow, you're bold. Of course, I'm a kobold. Jeez, what do you mean? Wait, how do you know I'm a bold? I'm getting stream sniped. Persian is hanging around with deerlings. Where's the world gone to? A backpacker's only weakness? Oh, it's moist critical. It's moist critical. Is it? Yeah. I've seen this picture everywhere. Everyone says that this guy is like this particular model is just moist critical. God, I laughed about this for days. It's so good. Oh my god, the hair. That's a very well done hair. A very blocky hair, I would say. Nah, just do breaking swipe, it's good enough. Oh! A sunny day, but it failed. It's heckin' storm in here, alright? Farigiraf? What is that? Farig... giraffe? I cannot see, you're too tall. Oh! Is that Girafarig's evolution? That's a new one. Darn, you saw through my lie? Kinda. Oh my god! Let's go, Gudra. We got Gudurg. Oh yeah! We got a soft wagon. A soft wagon. It loves the rain. This mellow Pokemon can be seen walking around on the plains and in the mountains on rainy days. Gudra. Aqua Tail? Oh, sure. Hey, what do you want to change? Do you want to change Body Slam? Rain Dance? I implore you to think again. You really want to remove Rain Dance? Maybe one more time? Body Slam? Really don't understand how this game here runs so badly. There's barely any geometry, barely any glass and low resolution textures. Even the rain barely hits the floor. It's just bad optimization in general, which is kinda sad. Gonna go now, but I hope you have a nice family meal and I'm glad things are going better. Thank you, Lemmy. Yeah, things are going better. I hope you have a great day too, Lemmy. Thanks for hanging around. Body Slam into Aqua Tail. Oh, you have stronger SP attack. Yeah, stronger SP attack. Muddy Water would be great. Dragon Pulse is good. Body Slam and Aqua Tail are both physical attacks, aren't they? Yeah, let's change out Body Slam, it's fine. Camera? Why would you zoom in on him? Oh, that's a lot of health. No defense, but a shitload of SP defense. Yo, okay. Yeah, see the shadow gets janky? Welcome to this game. Cool beans. The Academy has a secret. Wow. I'm sure the big secret is just nothing. It's a fierce looking face. Let's go, outrage! I'm pissed. Oh shit. Nice. Look at that. A beautiful damage. Clowitzer? Nah, I don't know what that is. Outrage! Outrage OP! But to spill the beans? Uh-huh. Do I talk to you again? Here, I'm curious. It's a kind of big brouhaha back when I first enrolled. All the teachers at the time quit. The teachers we've got now were all hired after that. Brouhaha? Brouhaha? What do you mean I can write on here? Thanks, game. Don't know what's up with that. Don't know if I caught these guys before. Uh-oh. Oh, I caught you. Okay. Then maybe the big ones maybe the big one I haven't caught yet. I love how it's just Magnemite, triple Magnemite into Magneton. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna kill. Let's do some breaking swipe. Yeah. Because they're steel type, they're very tanky. Against physical attack. God, I had a feeling. It's not even Nuzzle, what do you mean? Not even Nuzzle. Come on, man. It's almost like as if it's 100% getting heckin' paralyzed. Alright, time to capture it. Let's hope this works. I mean, their health is not at red, but I think it's fine. Yeah. All good. Ear aches will occur if you get too close. Oh shit. Nice. Alright, nice too. Sneasel. Why is it so packed here? Why are there so many Pokemons? No, I don't want to fight any of them. Oh! All good, all good. I'm sick of it. Oh shit. Why are you sick of, huh? So sick of research. Help me help distract me so I can't forget about my work for a while. By destroying you, I guess. Roberto, is that Jolteon? Wait, is that your Jolteon? Alright, here we go, baby. Shing. What's your training method and what do you feed your team? Are there moves from TMs? No, I don't know. No and no. I just use their natural movesets. Because I'm lazy to find TMs. Oh, I'm lazy to like... Yeah, I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy in general. Oh, except for False Swipe, because I use that for Pokemon capture purposes. I kind of miss Limzard. Alright, let's have Limzard on the top. Mmm. You can talk to them. Well, you can quote-unquote talk to them. Limzard! Also, Salazzle is kind of slow, look at that. Why are you so slow still? Oh my god, the game's running like a dog shit. Oh boy. I mean, this game's great. Come on, take this, Limzard. No! Don't. Wait, actually, yeah. Look, you're a steel type, I'm fire. You're just waiting to get burned? Thanks. Delivery. Hi. I'm a Korea fan. I just like to dress up like this. You know, mad respect for you. Savior the Korea. Oh shit. I don't care. I'm using SP attack. Venoshock? Poison Fang? Flamethrower? Venoshock. I mean, they're not poison. It's fine though. Yeah. Damn, Salazzle's strong. Salazzle's so strong. Please sign here. Let's go, Salazzle. You and me, we're gonna conquer this Pokemon game. Come on, get this. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Salazzle is a lot smaller than I thought. I would think that Salazzle is like twice the size of this. Or like almost almost my size, but I was wrong. Cynosaur is like so small. Then again, they're like Jita, right? They're like some sort of a lizard. But still, it's a lot smaller than I thought. Like, she's a lot smaller than I thought. Look at that. I'm totally lost. Relatable. Does Tauros have multiple different designs? Yeah, it must be. Flamethrower, flamethrower. Oh, hey. Sorry about that, man. Must be painful. Miss McGills? Miss McGills is a ghost type. I don't have another ghost type moves, but I think it's fine. Just burn it. Yeah, just burn it. Got him. Whoa, we have a little Pokemon. Are they ice type? No, they're not. Are they? I don't know what type they are. Just Dragon Pulse them. Oh! I might be dead. Oh shit. Okay, all good. Bite them. Use your hand to bite them. Don't worry about it. You actually wanted to come out here? Kinda. Even though I'm very lazy. Lizard. Oh, I'm blocking the lizard. Yeah. God, she's so beautiful. Lizard good. Mm. It's a bird and a weird looking thing. Okay, I should probably go to the next gym. At least it's a nice looking snowstorm. It's not too bad. It's not like terrible. It's not bad, honestly. Oh, I didn't see that. Dog. It's a dog. Kill. What kind of dragon are you? I'm just asking because I'm interested. Oh, I'm a dragon that's called a kobold. I mean, a kobold is like some sort of a pseudo dragon, isn't it? Also, hi, King John. Yeah, I'm a kobold. Come on. I mean, kobold dragon. Not really lah. I'm not even of kobold color. But then again, how do I Seiryu? No, I'm not Seiryu. Like, far from it. The coloration, I'm not even close to being a Seiryu colored. I'm kobold. Oh shit. I forgot you're fire type. I'm stupid. Oh nice, I win. Kobold are just a slave right race molded by dragon magic and a With slave like race molded by dragon magic with dragon blood. How dare? I cannot believe it. Did Senator just toughen it up because... Oh! Friendship wins! Yeah, there you are, King John. I'm a kobold. What's a Veluza? No. I'm not risking this. Hey, Knife Dirk. Come in. Good job, Limzard. Oh. Fish out of water. Getting outraged. Dedenne? Oh shit, Dedenne is a fairy type. Oh no. A fairy electric type, huh? Well, I mean, at least Shark Dirk is good enough. Just don't use any fairy type moves, please. Not to erase or any kind of dragons, but it's weird not seeing dragon bone weapons and armor more often. I guess dragon bone armor and weapon. You're right, they are quite rare. The one thing I can think of is in Skyrim, which I should play more. Nice. But then it's kind of sad to make dragon bone weapons and armor. Why not just love dragons? Oh god. That's kind of weird when I'm a Cybertronan. Don't know what that is. I guess two of us here are not technically humans. I mean, reality speaking, I'm human. But Twitch speaking, I'm not. Look, I'd rather be a kobold any day. Mass outbreak of Magneton? Oh, you're right, it is a mass outbreak. Oh, it's a burr. Okay, oh my god, that's kind of scary. Oh wait, I haven't captured you. That looks a little bit scary. Will a flamethrower kill? I hope not, but I think it kills because it's afraid of fire. Okay, I'm sorry, I should have captured you. Are you God of War? Eh. I don't like God of War. God of War is just too overrated at this point. Corrosion? I'm not steel type. Oh shit, alright. Probably Poison Fang? Are you fairy type? Is God of War fairy type? God damn. Is it fairy type? Recently fought. Oh my god, it's fairy type. I didn't know. I didn't mean to kill it. If you don't know, a Cybertronan is the same race as the Transformers problem is. I wasn't born a Cybertron. So what you're saying to me is that Cybertronan is something like Transformers? Question mark? I mean, that explains why I don't know anything about them, because I don't really watch Transformers in general. Timer ball? A rock! We found a rock! Avalug. I feel like Venoshock's probably gonna kill. This guy's a lot of defense, but probably no SP defense. I'm scared. Yeah, I was right. God damn it. Can I capture Pokemon? Can I like capture Pokemon? Huh? Don't bark at me. Think of it like worse sapiens? What's a worse sapien? Basically, Lhasa has a high enough intelligence that we can talk. Lifestyle has a high enough intelligence that we can talk? Okay, I'm even more confused now. I mean, to be fair, I'm a kobold, so the brain capacity is not as big. Actually, make it small. Right. Gudurg. It's been a while since I last bring out Tichak. You know what? Let's bring out Tichak for a little bit. I miss Tichak. What happened to Gurusha? The accident ruined his snowboarding career. Snowboarding? So I guess I'm close to the gym now? Oh, you're pissed. Let's go, Tichak. Poltegeist is such a... It's a ghost type. It's such a Stu Dragon Claw. Do Dunsparce? Is that like the... Is that a Dunsparce evolution? I think you're just bigger Dunsparce. That's the cutest thing I ever seen. It's just a Dunsparce, a bigger Dunsparce. I cannot. It's so adorable. You can heal. I'm gonna cry. There we go. Call me a Cyber Sapien. Well, I'm not gonna ask too much what the Cyber Sapien is because it could go on for a long time because it's just hard for people to understand something sometimes. Oh god. Alien race out there called Chrono Sapiens? Oh my god. I guess I only know dragons, huh? My very limited knowledge. There's a gym here, right? Time now is 4:09. I could try to get the gym and then play a little bit of Dead 99? Maybe. Or is there no gym here? Wait, there's a gym here. Ghost? Yeah, let's do it. It's an alternate name for what I was called before, basically the same race as the Transformers. Okay, so it's like a robotic race then. Oh, we got a stage? Hey, yo! Let's go gym fight. I healed, right? Yeah, I healed. Oh, hey, it's you. Hi, Jack Q. How goes your treasure hunt? Figured out what you're hunting for yet? Kinda. Sure have. I want Koraidon. That's great, look at you, knowing exactly what you're after. Many students choose to make the gym circuit a part of their treasure hunt. It's not easy feat, but even making the attempt is a worthwhile experience. That's why I was waiting here, to make sure you know your homeroom teachers got your back. Oh? I got an egg? Filled with happiness that earns the holder. Oh, extra EXP? This should be handy for your treasure hunt. Oh my god, it is. I hope you keep working on that Pokédex of yours too, since I didn't make the app and all. This is all from me. Just do your best and keep out of danger, okay? Oh, that's a really good lucky egg. Who wants lucky egg? Hexorus? I'll give lucky egg for Hexorus then. Rocky helmet. If another Pokemon makes a direct contact with the holder, the Pokemon will be damaged. Ooh. It's for a tank Pokemon? I don't think I have that. Okay, lucky egg. I think I'll give Goodra amulet coin then. Someone needs to have an amulet coin. Just because it's shiny. This is what type it is? I don't know. Just bring up Batderg. Wait. No, I can use camera? So this Dragapult in this game? Oh, I need it. Montenevera Gym. Gym test, That means warming up the audience for the main event? Oh my god. You're the opening act? So I helped the streamer, and now I need to be a musician? What is this? Am I supposed to be all-rounded? Get out on stage, show some dead fierce Pokemon battles, and get the crowd excited before the gym leader's concert begins. You can start the gym test by speaking with MC Sledge in front of the stage outside. In front of the Sledge. I'll have fun beating up things. I want Drippy. That's Drippy, right? Oh, if I get Drippy, shit, I don't know who to get rid of. God, I want Cicak though. Salazzle is definitely in my team. Like if that's Drippy, I want Drippy. I might have to change out Gudurg. I don't want to change out Cicak. It's a nice spot. Let me just destroy everything as Koraidon. You're welcome. Whoa, Moist Critical? Is MC Sledge? Hey you, opening act. Hi. You're the one performing the opening act today? My name's MC Sledge, and this is the stage right here. So here's the deal, we're gonna have you do some double battles. That's where you have 2 Pokemon fight on each side. Oh, it's been 10 years since I last fought a double battle. They'll let you snatch up double the opponents and get the audience twice as excited. The venue will be so hot it will melt the Montenevera snow. Once you get the audience worked up and ready to go, there'll be a queue for our leader to take the stage. That's how you pass our gym test, yo! Alright, all good. get on stage, there'll be no backing out until you win 3 times in a row, so make sure you're ready. You're good at the deeds for opening up and our gym test, ready to sledge them up. So double battle, I have who? I remember Bad Dirk, but the second one is Ticha, I think, or the third one. I don't remember. Just go for it. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Sweet, just play it by ear. You do great. Head out onto the stage. Thanks, MC Sledge. Let's go, gym test. Easy win. I got this. Kobo strong. Why are there so many tombstones? What's up, Montana Vera? Today's opening act will be 3 back-to-back double battles by our challenger here, Toxin. And the first of the 3 opponents will be a young performer who makes it look like a breeze. Oh no, why am I beating up a kid? The one, the only, Taz! Double battles? That means 1 + 1, right? Can you do that math? I cannot. The music is so soft though. Oh, it's it's ghost type. Okay, all good, all good. Hi Jeffrey, good morning. Level 40 should be fine. Alright, I'll bite the clove. You will crunch the dog. Nice, delicious. Eat the dog, eat the dog. Oh yeah. The bully. Oh, there's a gym trainer? For a kid, you're a gym... For a gym Ooh, wow. The kid will be frozen in real life with clothes like that outside this weather? I know, right? Frozen solid. But hey, he's a gym leader. I'm sure he'll be fine. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. How are there still so many tombstones? The audience's cheering got a little louder. That was so one-sided. I would not cheer for that. The Montalura stage has all the latest tech. The more excited the audience gets, the more the stage will light up. Keep on sledging. Oh, thank you. Musician with a bit of a unique style. It's Lani? Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, look at that cowboy. Strong complements weak, the harmony of 2 Pokemon battling in unison. What if there's 2 strongs though? Hey, ready to get bitten again? This is surprising to me because I didn't think I forgot Neuven or Bad Dirk has Bite, and then Shark Dirt has Crunch. Oh, wait, Mischievous is not super effective? Oh, it's not. We might need to change up something here then. You just Dragon Pulse the Mischievous, it's fine. You will Crunch, Crunch the Ghost. Oh? Crunch. Delish. Oh no. Oh no. That trainer might actually be really good. I cannot read that fast. Is it Scarlet or Violet? This is Scarlet. Is this super effective against Mischievous? Is it? I don't think so. But it's a go. God damn it, I'm second guessing myself too much. Scarlet because Koraidon. Koraidon is great. That hair though, it's so sad. It's clipping so hard. That wasn't a harmony, it was a cacophony. There's still a lot of tombstones. The audience is really getting excited. Is it? I'm only seeing tombstones. I'm scared. Your opening act turned and the cheering and the stage lighting up to 11. Cool beans. What a surprise for our new challenger. Who would have thought they were sledging up this much? I still cannot get the face. I'm sorry. Oh good, oh good. Last opponent, none other than me. Oh yo, that face. Oh god, please don't kill me. MC Sledge. Dude, that's hype. Being an MC isn't only my forte. I can battle too. I'll sledge you up real good in the double battle. Sure you will. The face. I can't. The face. Get ready to eat. Eat. Sableye doesn't have much defense, I think. Drifblim, however, is like tanky as fuck. Oh. Crunch. Oh shit. It's not too painful, it's fine. The flinch OP? Nice move choice, he's really sledging up MC Sledge. They stand no chance. I'm sorry. look, the reason my Pokemon is this high level is because I went the wrong way at first. So that's why my Pokemon are like very over leveled. Just because I went the wrong way. Delicious. Delicious gems, gramps. It was you who sledged me up, And then fight the gym leader immediately. Snom! Oh my god, it's Snom! It's blocking Snom! The audience's excitement has reached a fever pitch. That was a great battle! How lucky, rare sight! Yo! Thank you, Droxen! Congratulations, you passed the gym test! Give a round of applause, everybody! Oh yeah! Very, very nice. I feel a scary good sense of unity in the crowd. Perfecto! We're ready to go for the main event! Come on everybody, say with me, this is what you've been all waiting for. MC of Rip Rhyme! Hey yo! What's all this noise I'm hearing? Yo! This crowd is so loud, it could wake the dead. Yo, she's cool. I love the gym battles in this game. It's so lighthearted now. Thanks for the killer opener, baby. Now I'll get this started for real. Can you please heal my Pokemon? Congrats on the gym test, that was sick, yo! Thanks. Give us a minute for some rhyme time, you feel me? Go ahead and tell the lobby staffer you passed. Did you have Penny? I haven't fight Penny yet. I'm trying to do this gym test, or like do this gym real quick. And then I'm gonna play a little bit of Tetris 99. I want Drippy! Can I use camera? I want to take a picture of Drippy. What is this? Isn't this Tyranitar? Amazing job, you were a fantastic opening act. That's a gym class, gym class tiered. You now earn the right to challenge the gym leader. MC of Rip? Yeah. I assume my Pokemons are healed. I think. Maybe. If not, I'll cry. Yo? Uh-huh. It sounds like there might be a rap battle going on over at the stage. Hey, yo. This is my time and it's my day. You're not gonna say my way. Uh-huh. This is our rhyme. Your reign ends here. You're gonna get rung up by this pro cashier. Cashier? Yo. They're going in. I don't know how to make that noise. Uh-huh. Look, see, the thing is, I am absolutely terrible at rhymes. You know why? Here's a little bit of backstory here. Or, like, a little bit of storytelling. You know, there's like a Jackbox game that has, like, a rap battle, robots? That one? I played it once. Never want to touch it again. I do not know how to rhyme things. I am terrible. Well, I'm about to check out. Must have got your rhymes on discount, on deep discount. If you think you can step on my game, fool. I got rhyme right here in my name. I'm a specter from which... Oh, how do I read this? There's no protector, victory unto me. You will render when the crowd sees you're a mere pretender. I'm not reading this. I'm done, you won. My rhyme's totally with. I'll be back maybe after my next shift. Your eyeballs, please get back. Bars over jokes, come on. Oh, that was over way too fast. It gets boring wearing the crown if no one makes me fight to keep it. Please don't make me rhyme. Like, for the love of God. Hey, my opponent's back. You here for a rap battle or gym battle? I can choose for a rap battle? Ooh, alright, let's go. And let's do a rap battle. You guys ready for cringe? Let's be cringe together. You got jokes. We both know why you're really here. You were captivated by the show I put on, huh? I rap what's in my soul, baby. Weaving words into a symphony of poetry. Don't try with me, you won't last one round. I'm like Sableye. My mean look will lock you down. Like that, you feel me? What if I say no? Nah, I don't feel that. Well, let's get to it. You're a Pokemon trainer. Oh, that has to be so sad though. It's like someone is hyping out everything. Someone's like hyping it like, yeah, you feel me? Everything's good. It's like, So battle me and show me who you are. My music's not all that tops the charts. My skills with ghost types are the best around. Alright, let's do it. Lest you forget it, the name's Rhyme and I'm known as the MC of Rip. Dead or alive, let's make this a vibe. She cool. God, that's so cool. Do you listen to the gym music? God damn, it's so good. Oh, is it doing a double battle? Alright. We don't mess around in Monte on my stage with double battle. Don't let it scare you. Nah, I'm good. Alright, time. I'm ready to bite and crunch. Delicious cloves. Student kid, thanks. Oh, this guy's tank one hit. It's so funky. Isn't this a little bit OP for me? The audience cheering gives me attack. You know what? You can... I can bite... I can attack my own teammate? Oh shit, I didn't know that. I never tried it before. Yeah, let's do S-Slash against Mimikyu. You will continue on Crunch. Can I bulldoze multiple? Oh shit. Oh, that's good. Hey, let's try it. Oh, this is an accidental combo. Actually, accidental synergy. Let's go. That's actually good. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Toxicity? One of Rhyme's Pokemon went down? They seem very biased towards me. I mean, Toxicity is dead because of Bulldoze. Yeah, just do this and then you do a Bulldoze. Kick back, relax, and enjoy this last track. Turn it up for the great friendly good time. Alright. Dog! There it is, all the tombstone! All the dogs. Oh my god, little dog. Even the dead rise up. DJ G Rave over there sure's feeling it. Oh, the name's G Rave. Oh, they might be dead already. Oops. I don't even get the chance to terrorize. Oh. I don't even get the chance to terrorize. I feel bad. Sorry, man. Sorry. I didn't know that's your last Pokemon. No, the music only just happened for a few seconds. Fuck, I want to listen to it. I'm sorry, man. God damn it. Oh. Give up the ghost is not really my style. I'll let you have this one though, baby. All good. I mean, I totally overleveled my Pokemon. Great battle, chilling and thrilling. Is it? It was so one-sided. You got spirit, kid. You earned my gym badge, alright? And how about a VIP pass for my next show too? Oh, hey yo. Nice pose. Is that a JoJo pose? Hell yeah. That's a good pose. With 6 gym badges, it'll be easy to catch the Pokemon up to level 50, and they'll listen what you have to say too. I feel so good that I think I'm also gonna let you have this. Shadow Ball? Shadow Ball is like a really strong ghost type move, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Too bad it's over. Make your way back to my stage sometimes. Maybe next time we rap battle instead. Who knows? I'm sure you got some scary good adventures ahead. I'll be cheering for you. Later. Thanks, Rhyme. That was so short, no? I didn't get to listen to the music. Aww. Greetings once more, Draxon. I was watching your battle with the gym leader from the sidelines, and I must say, I thought it was simply excellent. A full marks, gold star, extra credit even. Oh, hardly had you stand out Noivern before you launch into your strategy. The unrelenting offensive, the flurry of attacks, when an efficient way to corner the opponent. And what artfully trained Pokemon, such a vibrant palette of moves. Oh, I do beg your pardon. I didn't mean to let my emotion run amok like that. Oh. In summary, I simply wanted to say that you seem to have gotten even stronger. I must admit, I'm eager for you to gather all the gym badges. As a member of the Elite Four, I await the day you come to face me with great anticipation. Thanks, Mr. Hassel. Oh, but one thing. Don't let your studies fall by the wayside. Be sure to come to the academy now and then. I have entirely forgotten about my academy studies. Don't worry about it. Where's Nemona? Where's Nemona? Huh? God, I want to catch Drippy. Shadow Ball and Ball. Where's Nemona? I want to look at Nemona. I cannot believe Nemona is not here. I'm sad now. Alright, let me do a good old heal. I'm gonna try playing some Tetris 99 as well. Which means I should change the title. Well, I don't know if I'm going to change... I need to change the title. The title is like very Pokemon oriented. Alright, you guys cannot see my screen, but... let me change the title real quick. Yeah. You guys can only see my Switch screen, which is kind of cool. Although, sorry for the... Ooh, sorry about the noises here. Ooh, God. My PC is like loading something. That's why it's like doing this. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oh boy. That's how you know my PC is like slowly dying. My PC is slowly dying. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, all good. Let me change. Cobalt loves playing with Tetris is blocks, right? Blocks. Yeah, there it is. And then I wonder if there's like Tetris 99. There should be, right? Yes, there it is. The Tet 99. Okay, I changed the title. The Tet 99. Right, let me change the game real quick. I think 2 bars of Wi-Fi should be fine. 2 1 bars might be a little bit scary. Alright, don't judge my play, alright? I'm not really that good with Tetris 99, but I do enjoy this game a lot. This game's fun. Also, player icon Snake, of course. Gonna get that Snake. I have 35 tickets. I don't know what to buy. Like, I just want to listen to the normal Tetris music. Like, there was an event one time. It's this one, and I got it. But it's like the music is not even that fitting for Tetris. Like, what the fuck am I listening to? So, which kind of demotivates me to like buy any themes like at all, so I don't know. Alright, let's play some Tet 99. Oh yeah, I should show the keybinds I have. I used a very basic keybind. Hold is L or R. Hard drop is up. And then rotation just like whichever buttons just do rotate. That's how I play the game, at least. Let's go, Tet 99. I'm hoping to get like at least above 50. Know what I mean? At least when the music changes, and I'll be good. I'll be happy enough, right? But man, this game is addicting as heck. This game is heckin' great. Look at that, the matchmaking is so fast. If only King of Fighters 15 has this kind of matchmaking speed. Huh? Oh, I should probably change my space. Oh shit, you know what? I have some time. Whee! Okay, I'm here now. I'm not blocking too much, am I? I like going for my attackers. Also, I'm just like putting things down willingly most of the time, so... Yeah, see? I deserve this. Still love this game though, this game is great. Still blocking that one? Maybe not. Gosh, there's so many durians! I'll put durians here. Durian. Oh fuck. No, I'm getting bullied! All set? Gosh, don't bully me, man, jeez. Have some lines, chill out. The music is addicting as fuck though, by the way. Let's go block everything. Why am I doing this? Don't ask me. I don't know. No. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. There we go. Durian. Hey man. Rude. Oh, there it is. Nice. All good, all good. This is gonna block it though. Wonder what can I get with that? I mean, even if I do this, it's not even that worth. Oh, crap. Oh, this is good. Nice. I'm gonna die. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Oh. Alright, all good, all good. Never panic. Never panic. Mom says do not panic, alright? Oh my god, that is so thick. That is so thick though. What did I ever do wrong to you? Jeez. Why are you gonna send some thick lines over here? Oh god. This is bad. Oh good, never panic, alright? Mom says never panic. Right? This is sad. I don't know how to T-spin. That's a bad idea. Okay, one more. Just put it here. How do you T-spin? I never learned how to T-spin. But I do have the term T-spin. Oh, that's not that worth. Oh, durian! Oh my god! Oh, you woo! All good. Don't worry about it. Durian. Durian. Stop! Stop! That's too much. Hi, cheesecake. Sorry, I can't. I cannot really look at the chat. I got Violet for only €39 a few days ago. How much is 39 euro? To Malaysian ringgit. 39 euro to MYR. That's like 187. Ooh, that's cheaper. I got that's a little bit more affordable. I got my Pokemon Scarlet for 209 ringgit. Yeah. It was weird and we got really lucky because it was the only Violet that was on discount and the rest cost 59 euro and same with Scarlet. Oh my god. Oh, Violet. You've been followed for 1 year. Ooh. 1 years? You failed? What? What did you fail, huh? No, cheesecake never fails. Cheesecake is good. Cheesecake good bean. Also, how you doing? The ouch failed. Haha. you threw a hamburger. Unless it worked. I hope it doesn't work. Okay, it didn't work. Okay. All good, all good. It didn't work. Helicopter. Oh god. The sun, it's shining. Hello, you fuck! Don't make me use my goddamn hotspot for this, alright? Let me close the windows real quick. Maybe one bar is too weak for Tetris 99? Probably. I is good, but you sleepy? Honestly, same. But Tetris nice. I like Tetris. Alright, let's try again. If this still doesn't work, I'll use my hotspot for this. This game's music is addicting. You know what would be fun if we get more people around? Tricky Towers? What is that? Is Tricky Towers a Switch game? Question mark? Already getting aimed by so many people? Holy shit! What did I ever do wrong to you all? Huh? What did I ever do? That's a beautiful line there. Oh my god. Durian! That's right, baby. Feels good, man. Maybe that's a bad idea. Oh boy. Durian! I don't know what I'm doing anymore. This is so sad. What? How do I KO like this? Ooh, shiny! It's so shiny.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. I'm the one that's getting bullied. Do you see how many people are aiming for me? Durian! Oh no, it's too clean. It's too clean. Oh no, Durian's coming. Ooh, I'm killing people. What? Who? Sorry, I cannot see currently. Give me a moment. Oh! I am killing! Oh no. Durian? Durian goes there. T goes here. How many have I killed? Dude, I'm just killing those guys. Holy shit. Dude, I am on fire. Sounds about right, huh? I must kill. I must kill. I must kill. That's not that good. Durian. Nice. Oh my god, I'm just killing everyone. I'll put it here. Oh, this is bad. Oh, spaghetti, this is bad. Oh. 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 It's giving me all the bad things. Oh god. Oh boy. Durian? Emergency! Oh, Durian's coming. Ah. That's... There we go. A little tough, but did it. Oh, all good. Oh god, no, all good. I'll take that. I'll do it. Okay. That works. If it works, it works, maybe? Oh my god, it's so fast. Oh, mama. Woo. Wait a heckin' minute, it's so fast. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah. Oh my god, Jesus. Okay. Okay. Oh, good. Woohoo! Hee hee! Woohoo! Holy shit! Oh! Yeah! Oh, mama! Holy shit! Oh! Oh, fuck! Everything's fine. I think. Yeah. I'll take it. Change. Alright. It's good. All good. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's good hands. Help. does people even play this? I mean, I'm playing it, but still. Oh, I cannot change. Woohoo. Oh boy, here we go. Yo, let's go. Am I doing it? Okay, don't panic. Dude. What the fuck just happened? Oh, this is bad. Oh, I should have gone the other way. Hey! I fucked up. I'm I cannot do. I don't do good when I'm in. Shit's fast, man.
Why you bully me?
Hi, Morknack. Oh, hi. It's a Steam game. Oh, I love watching Tetris 99. Hi, Takobi. Yeah, Tetris 99 is really fun. It's totally time to panic. Yeah, it's so close. God, it's hard though. Like, people play so fast, I cannot. Time check. Alright, it's 4:57. I can still play for a little bit. That was intense. Yeah. God, I got third place though. That's not bad. Third place. Wait to let us all down. You crush our hopes. No. No. I'm trying. Almost 11 AM. Oh, it's almost 5 PM for me. It's almost dinner time. It's almost food. Dude, this game is addicting as heck. I killed how many just now? I didn't see it. Shit. I'm gonna go look at it. Can I check my past? My past performance. There we go. That's good enough. I need to learn how to T-spin. Looks fun. Like, T-spin looks fun to do. Oh boy, I have to be fast. Whoa! Okay. Alright. Okay. I see you. I'm doing it. I don't want to cover the whole... okay, all good. Another one. Alright, all good. Durian? I'm taking that. Uh-oh, that's bad. I'm putting it there. I'm greedy. I am very greedy right now. Oh shoot. I'm giving that one. Oh, this is bad. Oh, I'm going for the kill. Nuh-uh. You guys stop? Oh! All good. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Nothing bad happened. Actually, I should cover up this one. Now I'm probably gonna need too much, yeah, I'm probably gonna need too much lines here. Oh boy, this is bad. Yeah, sometimes I got too greedy. That's my weakness. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Another durian, perhaps? Yeah, I got too greedy most of the time. Alright, slowly does it. Can I have a line? You just gonna do this to me? Alright. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh no! This is bad. This is kinda bad. Oh good, oh good. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Oh, that's really good. Putting it there. Here, this, okay. Save, save. Blocking it. No big deal. Okay, I'm not blocking it like this. Put it this way. Not blocking that. Saving it. Alright. Oh. Oh, miscalculated. Oh shit. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I blocked it. I blocked it. Oh, I farber knocked up. I have successfully farber knocked up. Woohoo! Oh, T, you could come in earlier. Ugh. I think I got this. No, I tried. What's your best? Second, you cough blocked yourself. I mean, that's one way to put it. You're right. This game's great. Like, whenever I start to panic, it's just, My best is second place. Skill issue? Yeah, true. True. Cannot argue with that. Truly skill issue. I like going for attackers. Like, you touch me, I touch you back kind of thing. Yeah. You touch me, I touch you. Did you clear chat because all the previous messages are gone? I didn't. I didn't even touch my PC. Is it gone? That's weird. I mean, I do hear like some problems of, you know, Twitch suddenly clear chat sometimes. Like just suddenly everything is gone. I heard of that issue, which is weird as hecky heck. Oh no, I'm not blocking that one. I have to block it. Oh, eh. Can I have a orange, please? A one too late. I hate it. Anyone know how to T-spin? Like, I want to learn a little bit on how to do a T-spin. Looks fun to do. Why is it all T now? What the fuck? Oh, thanks. Oh no! Do not panic, everything is fine. Everything is calculated. This is absolutely calculated. Alright. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. See, I told you everything is fine. Hell yeah, man. I am so good. Oh, I'm blocking it again. Oh, I'm blocking it again. Oh shit. Oh no, I have to use it. Oh, it's not blue. I'm not blocking that. It's very peaceful. No one's attacking me. I mean, I appreciate that. I'd rather not be attacked by anyone. It's too scary. Oh no. Durian! Why'd I do that? Oh, here he comes! Oh boy. That was a huge stump. That was a huge stump. Now is not the time to panic. Oh, let's go. I pressed the wrong button. I love how I just keep blocking the... Oh, there it is. That's bad. Oh, that's not too bad, alright. I pressed wrong goddamn button again. Oh! Help! I'm doing it. That's a little sus. Yeah! Yeah, go. I'm reverting into Goo Goo Gaga, oh god. I'll put it here. Oh, wait, I looked at the wrong thing. Oops. Oops. Oh, here they come. Oh, cool beans! I panicked. Everything's good. Everything is... Life is good. Life is good. Life is good. Woohoo! Maybe it is Twitch. It could be. It's only been recently that Twitch hasn't been clearing chats on me. Oh. Use your Cobalt magic to cheat? I cheated! I cheated until I got 11th place. Suddenly Boxon plays Tetris, I'm scared. What? I cannot play Tetris, man, huh? Last play will be a dragon. Look at me, I'm winning this one. You did that because of Master Cobalt strats? Cobalt is actually strong. And they know the Cobalt will let them win. True. You're gonna let Cobalt win or else I'll cry. I'll threaten you with me crying. Nah, I want like this. Is it good? Delish. See, I got greedy again. Oh, spaghetti. No, it's fine. Look at this. I'm still blocking that one. Oh no. Game, why? Game, why? Okay, all good. Durian. I just kind of want to stop blocking that one. There you go. Fun. Yeah, it's not too bad. Nah, I'll block it. It's gonna block too much though. Game? One too late. I'm sad. At least the music is bumping. Oh, here they come. Hey, okay. Can I like... I guess that helps a little bit. I think. I mean, that looks good. I think. Oh boy. Oh, I look at the wrong thing. The holes. The holes. Can I get an orange, please? Oh my god! Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, one too late. It's fine. Yay. Oh. Oh, get up. Okay, maybe not. It's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Change. E. Oh. Okay, this is bad. Oh, everything's fine, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Oh god! Hey, save me from this. Oh! I'm panicking. Don't worry about it, everything is fine. I was doing so well. Close enough. Durian? That's a bad idea. I didn't see that. Actually, this is good. Oh, why can't I not change that? Yo, how the fuck? Durian saved lives! That works. Go there, thank you. Oh. This is hard, dude. I saw a trailer for an upcoming Tetris movie. It doesn't tell much yet, but it may be about the real life story of how Tetris came about. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, hi, Daddy. Hi, Premium. Potato, hi. Is Premium cow now? Ayo. Game historian did a great Tetris vid. Ooh. Sup gang, hi. Trolling Cobalt on his skill issue? No? I'm not trolling. Oh, we got it. On the third place defeated me. I think I did well until I messed up the hard drop there. That was fun though. That was great. You want me to do 10 push-ups and squats? I can do that. Here, you guys can listen to the main menu theme because it's really good while I do workout. You did a great job this round. Thank you. I also think I did not bad. Nah. Like towards the end, I was fully focusing on that one, and it kind of works. Workout. Nah. Let me just put it on my face. I mean, I'll still be here. My chair is so noisy though. I'll do it real quick. Tetris is great. I'm gonna play more of this. Okay. Okay. All good. Okay. Time check. 5:24. I'm gonna play a few more rounds. Stinky. I miss playing Tetris 99. Can you not play it? Hi, face implosion. Oh, I need to catch my breath. Hey, you already coming? Huh? It's only 5:30 though. Isn't it like 7 PM I think? Oh. I'm good. Let me catch my breath. Last night's badminton session is too much. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. Oh, let's go. Already messed up. Oh, let me try it. Down. Oh, that's so good. I feel powerful. Ah, I'm greedy. Ooh, nice. Uh-oh. Oh no, durian? Okay. Probably gonna need too much lines here. No. Oh! Oh no. Alright, all good. Still too early for me to panic. Now I'll put it here. Where's my beloved purple or blue? Hello? I have to do it. Oh, durian. That works. Oh, mama, where's the sound? Is something? Oh, alright. I'm a little bit concerned. Excuse-moi? Durian! Woohoo! No money for Nintendo Online? Oh yeah. Nintendo Online subscription is a little bit of a bummer. Yeah, honestly, like, need to pay Nintendo to play online, it's rough. It's rough. I crave T-spins now. I cannot do T-spins. Like, for the life of me, I do not know how to T-spin. Just remember I unlocked the Xenoblade Chronicles 1 skin for this. Love its sound. Ooh. I mean, I'm still like a very basic bitch here. I like this. I like the basic one. Ooh, that's a nice house. That's a little early, don't you think? Oh. I messed up. Durian. Hey, man. Durian. Durian. I hate it. I hate it here. Still blocked it. Nice, free.
Hello.
Face implosion. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not really looking at like my OBS currently. I cannot focus on OBS and also Tetris, since I'm like super new to this game still. I'm just enjoying this game a lot. It's great. I'll do it. Oh, mama, I regret my decision. I regret my deeds and everything. Woo! Hey, man, jeez. Shoot the fuck up, man. Oh my god. What did I ever do wrong? I messed up. Oh. I don't think I want to put it there. Yeah. I'll put it here. Might need another blue very soon. Too late. Oh, mama. Oh, god. Woohoo. That's a bit sad. Durian. Oh! Just a few more. I'll do it. Oh, mama! Woohoo! That's kinda scary. Can't really explain through text alone, but these spins are nice because they double the lines you send. But 4-line clears aren't bad either. Tetris is for the furious. I can't keep up with the players online. Yeah, same. People are insanely fast. Like, I thought I was fast, but people are crazy in this game. And then I'm playing against Japanese. Even scarier. Yep, Tetris. Cobalt likes playing with blocks. Hi, Lakes. Last one. Last match. 5:35, last one. Oh, that was fast. Thanks again for the follow. Face implosion. I want to play more of this. Good morning. Hope you have good sleep. Whoa. Did I just got T-Spin the ED? Because you didn't mention that T-Spin doubles the line Sen, right? Oh my goodness. Oh, people are insane this round. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I have to. Oh. I deserve this shit. I deserve this. I deserve this so hard. Oh shit. Nope, this one doesn't count. Oh god. When I type Tetrio, I mean like the online game variant on Tetris, Tetris.io. It's really fast. Oh, there's like an online. Oh, Tetrio. It's not Tetris 99. It's different. T-Spin double is 2 times 2, so you send 4 lines. Triple is 6 lines. Oh my god. And then a 4-line Tetris is sending 4 lines out, right? It's just like the normal amount. This made me want to get back into Tetris Online. So fun. Yeah! I've been so addicted to this game for a long time. Like, I love this game to bits. Oh, greedy. Very greedy. Not that worth. Durian. Durian. I'll just do this. That works. Oh no. That's kind of scary. Oh, nice. I should probably build more lines up. But something like this is also very scary. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we not go. Durian. Ooh. Woof, that's a thick one. Woohoo! Oh, that's a really thick one. I think that's good enough. Oh, almost blocked it. I hate. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep doing this? Just save it. There we go. Okay, no panic allowed. No panic allowed. I guess I'll just keep sending one line for now. It's one way of playing safe, I guess. Not safe anymore. Oh, yay. Oh, durian. Oh, durian. Oh boy. Durian! Durian! Everything is good, life is good. Alright, don't worry about it. Wow! Durian! Ah! Durian! End up getting a bunch of other players target me by sticking to near max height, then send consecutive lines with the pressure bonus. Ooh! Nice recovery. Yeah, that felt great. Time. One more. Here comes the one more conundrum. And all the stuff. Game's good. Very good attempt number 7. Feels good. I think I've played this game for a while. Have you ever reached number 1 before? Not a single time. I got a bunch of number 2s though. And then every time it's like one on one, I just get pressured to death because it's so scary. Durian. Durian. Oh, here comes the greed. No, I'm not doing that. Too scary. Oh, nice. Nice. Durian. This is the durian zone, I guess. Yeah, durian zone. Uh-oh. Two's good, and yeah, feel the pressure too. Yeah. When the pressure sets in this game, it's insane. Which is also like I feel like this game is pretty fun. I personally love, like, it's not like I love the pressure, it's more like the game kind of makes me want to get good. And I'm willing to learn that kind of feeling. Does it make sense? Hopefully. Oh, it's blue. Help! Durian. It's orange. Durian. That works in my book. Oh my god! Oh, I deserve this again. That wasn't panic, that was just me trying too hard. Need to calm down a little bit. Always good. Don't need to do risky maneuvers. I'll just put it here. It's fine. If it works, it works. Yeah, like. All good. No panic. Don't worry about it. Just play how I would normally play, alright? Oh no, that's bad. Yeah. Almost messed up again. Durian. Two beans? How do I even KO people? I don't know. I'll take it. Nope. I can't wait for it. Too risky. Hey, yeah. There we go.
not bad. I got 5th place. 552, 552. I'm really sweaty, I see. Oh, I'm wide awake now. Thanks, Bree. I'm very awake. Maybe just one more. Maybe just one more. Maybe just, yeah, just one more. For good measure, right? For good measure. Keep me to play this. I got on my Switch, but like barely touch it. I mean, it's fair. This game's intense. This game's like absolutely intense. It's quite stressful, but I kind of love this game a lot. So, there's no need to pressure yourself to play this, honestly. You do the things that you enjoy.
I'm greedy. Oh, I'm greedy. Oh, durian coming. Mmm. Uh-oh. Oh my god, there's a huge chunk. Nice, thank you. Durian. Oh, that's a huge one. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Isn't that a little bit rough for me, huh? Holy shit. Hey man, what did I ever do wrong to you? Woohoo! Alright. No, this one doesn't count. I got destroyed. I totally got destroyed. That was scary. I want to play more Switch games. It's great. Maybe even play more Pokemon tomorrow. I mean, I did get a new Ghost badge. And I caught a Lucario. Level 75 for whatever reason. Durian. Durian. Actually inserted the wrong way. I'm gonna cry. Oh boy. Oh, it's blue. Durian. Mmm. Dude, why? Oh my god. Oh, doesn't work. Nope. That works. Urian? Oh god. Eh. Dude, my hard-earned save. Oh, this is insane. Holy shit. Dude, what did I ever do wrong to you, man? That's too many people aiming for me. I mean, to be fair, those are all like aiming for KOs. Yeah. I think, to my understanding, those aiming for KO will aim for those who is already like over half their play, I think. Yeah, the blocks is like half as tall, and then they'll all aim for you, which is very fucking scary. You like, if you are over half your play, like your blocks are over half your screen, the alarm is just gonna be non-stop. I kinda want to play more. I just kinda want to play more, but it's already 6. Hi, Sprout. Oh, you have no audio on? Hi, Sprout. Dick. Girl, oh, one more. One more. Just one more for good measure. I'll fix the audio. Nice. Hi, hi. I hope you're doing good for coming. Oh no, is my connection dead? Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay, this is truly the last one. I need to go for my family dinner afterwards.
Hello.
Oh,
And welcome.
Sprout, thank you. A big appreciate. Oh, it's so scary. Why they all like me so much? I'm greedy. Oh, I'm not greedy anymore, I'm sorry. Oh shit. Eh. Oh! No, not like this! Not like this, I say! I mean, I have to kind of do it, right? Nah, I'll do it. There we go, okay. Nice who? Oh! Ooh, that feels good. No way! I was doing so good. Okay. I was doing so good. It happens. I don't know if it's like a very common issue. This could be Malaysian internet, I don't know. No, that one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. This is unhealthy addiction, by the way. Years of Tetris? An unhealthy amount? Well, you and me both then. I mean, I recently found that I love this game, 2 bits. Like, I got this Switch not too long ago, about last month. But then I got the Nintendo Online subscription, like, about few weeks back. How many people are aiming for me? And then once I got the subscription, I just kind of like, ooh, there's that 99. Ooh, looks like a really fun game, and boy oh boy, is it a really fun game, because it certainly is. Too much holes. Okay, there we go. Okay, the game tells me to stop playing, I will, alright? Look, the game's telling me that, hey, you have a family dinner very soon, you should go there. Fine, I'll do it, alright? I'll fucking do it. You piece, game, you cannot tell me what to do, but in the way you did. Fine, fine, you know what, fine. Fine. I'll just go and raid someone and go get dinner. Well, family dinner. This is like my first ever Switch capture card thing, so everything is still like very new to me. But I'm glad I'm able to stream this one. Dang game forcing in real life commitments, I know, right? Gosh, I cannot believe the game. How dare. Oh, I think I can just change the screen and all is good. There, see? And then I can open up music on my PC. I'm big, hi. How are you doing? I have Enbugend. Hope you enjoy your family dinner though. Oh, I definitely will. This is a special occasion because my sister came back from Czech Republic. with his boyfriend, so it's like a little bit of a special occasion here. And I'm glad. Okay, let's listen to more this. I should find a rate target as well. I had so much fun today. Like, I got a new gym badge in Pokemon Scarlet and then Tetris 99. Got a 3rd place today. Very happy. Maybe tomorrow I kind of want to play more of this. Yeah, I want to play more of this. It's great. Oh, there's not a lot of people streaming. There's yeah, Des seems like he's still in the tough spot. Exciting? Yeah. Although she's already here from Tuesday, and then tomorrow she's flying to Czech again. It's a short stay, but I appreciate it still nonetheless. It's a short stay, but it's great. It's good enough, right? Honestly, a little sad, but all good. Oh, wait, we could raid Rex, because Rex is playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and I haven't raided Rex in a while. That's not Pokemon Scarlet Violet. That doesn't look like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. But it's still Pokemon nonetheless. I don't know what game it is. A 3D model looks like an old game. Okay, we can raid Rex Strider, who is currently a Vaporeon, but originally he's a raptor. Okay, then I'm just gonna plug things real quick. I have a Discord. A Discord is where I just post announcements and stuff. Also, there's a Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. And for people to hang out. Even though I don't talk a lot in Discord because online messaging gives me anxiety, but rest assured that I do read everything. Even if I don't respond, I hope it's not me being rude. It gives me anxiety trying to message someone online. But I'll try to change that slowly. Ooh, also, I have a bit of an idea for a bit of a community event, something. Oh, thank you, Lex. I forgot to type that one down. Thank you. The community event being that, I've been thinking of making yip noises as a redeem. When people redeem, you get a yip noise. I've been saying that for a bit. I've been thinking maybe, just maybe, that I want. I'll try to like, 举办. How do you say 举办? Hey Google Translate, help. Organize? Oh yeah. Well, it's not organized. It's not that big, but it's just that I kind of want to let you guys, if you want to join, that is, right? But it's not official. It's not announced yet. It's just an idea of mine. Like, I was thinking maybe people in the Discord can record a yip noise, however you want, deep, soft, whatever.
Yip, 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 yip. That sounds like a yip idea. Yip, 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 yip.
Sounds like a yip
Go
idea,
draw
right?
act.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, right? Having people in the Discord channel record the yip noises and then compile them into one folder, so that it will always randomize the yip noises that when people redeem it. It's same as fart noises, same concept. But yeah, something like that. Maybe if I do want to organize this, I'll definitely say it in Discord. But for now, I'll keep it as an idea. One. Stink. Sprout stinky. Okay, let me just summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie, come here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. It's just that I have a coffee as well. It helps, but it's just there. If Yip do decide to do it, I'll happily lend a Yip to the cause. Oh, I'm glad to know. But yeah, let me think about this for a little bit. Or maybe like a good way to organize it. But then there's only like one single way is to let people record it. We'll see. In the near future, that is, right? I'll definitely keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm gonna go family dinner now. They are like, I think they're almost done preparing, question mark? Probably. Okay, let's see. Let me type in the raid to Rex Strider. I only have one monitor. It's kind of weird. Raid. Because the other monitor I've been using for Switch output. So yeah. Rex Strider. There, I type in the rate. Okay, then tomorrow I'll most likely play more Switch game. Most likely. Because definitely not addicted. I'm not addicted. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Have good dinner. Thank you, Lex. I'll have good dinner. And hope you guys have a great day as well. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Right? Now that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. Very, very valuable. And here comes the raid to Rex. Haha. Have a great day and dinner. Thank you, Sprout. I hope you guys have a great day as well. Thank you. Sorry, being too busy to chat. No, Pinky, it's totally fine. I understand. See you, face implosion. Thank you all. Bye bye, IO agenda. Oh yeah, Corporate says hi. I almost forgot. There it is. Corporate says hi. It's okay, Pinky. I understand. The packing thing. You have a party. 11.6in about 5 hours, right? It's okay. Thank you for hanging around, all of you. Amazing beings. I'm just thinking tomorrow if I want to do Tetris first. I mean, if I do Tetris first, I'm probably gonna stream the whole day of Tetris. No. I need to make progress to my Pokemon as well, right? And also look at all my dragons in Pokemon. Very important. Okay, I'll start with Pokemon just like today. I'll just wait for the timer to go down. Yeah, I mean, it's close to being done anyway. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Be safe. Bye. No. Why is it so loud for me? Okay.